Okay, so the first application we are going to call is Mikaku NY Inc. at 85 Kenmare Street. This is a transfer application. It's item B4 on the agenda. Is there anything different in the application than what you sent in? No, okay. Speak right into it and make sure it's on. I'm not sure it's on.
They already have a license, 13 years. So they just signed a new lease. It's the same owner, same method of operating. So we are here to, if you have any question, we are glad to answer.
Okay, so nothing's different. You just signed a new lease under a new name, but it's everything. The principles are the same. The hours are the same. It was 11:30 to 11. There's no TVs, background music, no outside.
Yep.
The doors are closed at all times. And this is a Japanese restaurant.
Yes, right.
Okay. Does anybody from the committee have anything? Is there anybody here from the public on this one? Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, the next application is going to be 337B West Broadway, New York LLC. This is an on-premise for a tavern. Are you here? Yes, okay. Anything any different in what you're bringing? No, okay. Thanks. Oh, sorry, this is item C3. So I'm gonna start, and then you, just to try to keep it, it's an on-premise for a tavern. You originally came to us in 2021. Looks like the same application.
Everything is the same, yes.
We have signed stipulations from them. We recommended approval of it. Then you came back again in 2022 for a tavern wine, same application, but you were trying to get the temporary license. Then you came back in 2023, back for the OP because it didn't make any difference. And so, but everything has stayed the same, and you re-signed stipulations in 2023.
2023, yes.
That was all the exact same thing. So here we are in 2025. Why don't you just say why you're here again, and if anything's any different? And Mark. Hello.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was a young man when this all started. No.
You have gray hair though.
There's a couple, especially because of this project. But we had some delays from our upstairs neighbor. They are now under construction to fix that, and so yeah, that's sort of it.
So, I don't know. Hours are 7 to 2 a.m. and you have less than a full service kitchen. There's no outdoor seating. It's
Correct.
background music. There's no TVs, no more than 4 private parties a year, or doors and windows will close at 10. You're not changing the facade aside from signage. There's no dancing, DJs, live music, promoted events, et cetera, velvet ropes, scheduled performances. That covers it. Okay. I think, is there anybody from the committee? Cormac, hopefully.
I just want to clarify what I heard, Madam Chair. So this application, all the details of method of operation are identical to the previously approved on this previous occasion.
It's the 2023 application, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I think, do we have anybody from the public here on this application?
Hi. Is this on?
It's on. If you want to, there's a dial there too. You can lower it if you want, or you can stand on your tippy toes.
Thank you, Darlene Lutz, 80 Varick Street. My only concern is the later hour here at 2 a.m. because of the progression that we've seen since COVID and into 2025 now at this particular four-cornered, entertainment complex that's going on now between, from the hotel to Felix to Flippers to what's across the street of the, oh God, I can't remember the bar, the bar's name, on Grand Street. It's just, it's a it's gotten very, very intense. So I'm wondering if maybe 2 a.m., because this is a business that has been before, but not an operating business, and it is primarily a drinking tavern, not food. So it's meant for, loud and long nightlife. And maybe tempering that a better idea for the residents who live there, because this is also a very residential and old residential part of Soho. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else here on this? Okay. Do you need the 2 o'clock every day?
Yeah, I'd love to respond. Well, a couple things. So one, our space is only 1,075 square feet, all totaled. So, we're talking about 36 seats. Don't think that will be really additive to any noise in the area. Also, all 4 of our walls are abutting other commercial properties, so there won't be any noise bleed to any residences or anything like that. So yeah, I hear your point, but I don't think that will be.
And you don't have any outside seating? You're not having any
no
outside
external
seating?
facing speakers or anything.
Okay. Go ahead, Cormac.
I take your point, but I would be remiss if I didn't point out that 36 people can make a lot of noise. I just want to say.
Okay. Okay, I think that does it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. The next application is going to be Demore Enterprises, Inc., doing business as Madam X at 94 West Houston. This is a corporate change, D1. Is anybody here on that? Nope. Okay. The next application is going to be JDBN LLC, doing business as Dimodomo at 138 140 West Houston. This is a class change for an on-premise restaurant. Is anything any different? Okay. I don't know.
Hi, my name is Sam Paul. I'm the representative. I'm here for Mr. Shin's LS member. And we are here from class change to restaurant wine to on-premise liquor. And we are operating since 2015 to until now at these restaurants. So we are trying to upgrade it to on-premise liquors at this time. And method of operation will be same. And nothing changed, background music. And only thing is our hour of operation, it will be, we are currently open 5 p.m., but we're trying to open up the 12 p.m. to 11 p.m. close, 7 days a week.
So the closing time isn't changing, you just want to open to be able to do lunch service? Okay. And there's no operable doors?
No.
Okay, then the one thing, you have that greenhouse in the back. It's the greenhouse area that in the back, it says.
No, that's not greenhouse. That's something. It looks like.
It says enclosed greenhouse, decorative purposes only.
Yeah, but we blocked the ceiling, everything.
Okay, so it's closed, it's enclosed. So, but there's doors, are there any patrons?
No.
Hello, hello?
It's like Japanese garden.
But I don't know that this, okay. Right, here, well, here they can hear. Okay, so no patrons go in there? Is there any music in there, any speakers in there? Okay, so there's no music, no speakers. Are the doors closed to that? So the doors are kept closed to the greenhouse. It's just a nice little thing back there. And, okay, I think that's all I have. Does anybody from the committee have anything? Okay, is there anybody here from the public on this application? Okay,
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Thank you.
okay. The next application is going to be Chipotle Mexican Grill of Colorado LLC. There's 3 of these, so we're going to do B1, B2, and then B3. These are restaurant wine applications. Is there anything any different in them from what you submitted? Here tonight are the ones that always ask for these, so, well, that's okay, we can go, oh. Yeah. Okay. You can just. So we'll do 590, 1549, and then 642. Is that okay? So the first one is the 55 East 8th Street.
Okay, perfect. So, good evening, everyone, Chair, committee members. My name is Mastin Sansom. I'm the attorney for the applicant. I'm joined here by Roy Blake, who is team Director of Operations here for Chipotle. As mentioned, there are 3 applications here. These are beer and wine applications only. There is no, and this applies to all 3 of them for what it's worth. There no outside space, recorded background music only. Hours of operation 10:45 a.m. to 11 p.m. I mean, those are the major things. I can get into.
No. No. I think you need to. I mean, there's no operable French doors
Nope.
on any of them.
Nope.
And, okay.
Yeah, it's all as straightforward as you think.
And you had liquor licenses at all of these before, I believe.
These at these particular locations. Yes. Yeah. So there was a little bit of a mix-up. Many had expired unintentionally, so new applications are.
Okay. Carter?
So my question was, originally, all of these premises had a full liquor license in order to serve a canned margarita. And that was it. And I'm just wondering if you still plan on serving beverages like that, but without, using a beer or wine product? Or if that's just no longer in the mix at all? Okay.
Yeah, you have to come up to the microphone.
Okay, thank you.
That's
So,
a good question.
so then the,
Yeah, I was going to say, I think things have come quite a distance that you could do that.
Yeah.
That there are tequilas that wouldn't require, or not a tequila, a margarita style drinks, right? That wouldn't.
That would be
require
sort
a
of
full liquor
malt-based
license,
and
right.
be able to fall underneath that. Never had one, but yeah, I think things do kind of, yeah.
and so everything is served in cans and people just take them to, okay. So there was one thing that came up from actually somebody on our community board who happens to live up above one of your spaces on 8th Street. So there were two things. One, he said, and he did preface this by saying it was sometimes and that it's been much better lately, past few months.
Okay.
But in like late at night, the music would go on after closing. So I was going to suggest that we just put a stipulation in there that just says, no music after closing. If that's. Yeah, and then when you sign these, just make sure, I mean, our stipulation forms say, residents may contact the manager owner at the following number. So I think just make sure we have a manager's for each, a contact information for each one. And that was the only comments that I got about it. And again, he did say it has not been a problem the past few months.
Great.
So maybe something changed or something. Okay, is there anybody here, Cormac?
I mean, I read this in the material, but I just want to, on the record here and point out, so each of these 3 places has a patron bathroom that is open and accessible.
Correct.
Time. If
Yep.
you're adding beer and wine, I want to make sure.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Another good question.
Okay,
Thank you
that
so
does
much.
it. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Well, I guess we should, yeah, that's a good point. So let's okay. So the second one is the 1549,
Yep.
which is at 625 Broadway,
Correct.
and it's the same,
Same method of operation, same everything. No outside space, recorded background music, hours of operation, 10:45 to 11 p.m. That's really, no
Okay.
windows and doors will be
same-
kept open.
same thing.
Yep.
Okay, and no,
And beer and wine.
and there's a patron bathroom.
Correct.
Okay, and then and is there anybody here from the public on that one? Okay, and then the last one is number 642, which is 200 Varick Street.
Correct, and the same would apply to that. Beer and wine only. There are patron bathrooms, recorded background music, no outside space, and hours of operation 10:45 a.m. to 11 p.m.
Okay, and the bathroom. Okay, I think that does it. Anybody here from the public on that one? All good? Okay, now.
Great.
You can go. Thanks
you.
a lot. Okay, the next application is going to be 428 LGT LLC, doing business at Lagrange at 428 Lafayette Street. This is an on-premise for a restaurant, and this is what. And that letter is C2. Anything any different?
Hello, everyone. Donald Bernstein on behalf of the applicant. With me is Jeffrey Chatterell. This is an application for a new liquor license at 428 Lafayette Street. I'm sure you know Jeffrey. He has restaurants and has had restaurants in your district and within Community Board 2. He is probably one of the best-known restaurateurs in New York City, having now and or in the past at least a dozen, if not more, restaurants in New York, having been in the business for 40 years. He was a young man. He was a young man when he started, not as much anymore, and he's still at it. So he has signed a lease for this space. He's been in there for about 3 years and has been developing plans. As you know, he has a place across the street that he's had and operated for a number of years. The space at 428 will be a full-service sit-down restaurant. I know that there were prior applications before you for this space, for the basement space below it. I have copies of stipulations from prior applicants. I don't know what happened to those applications, if they were ever filed with the SLA, approved or not approved, but I do know they came before you. The occupancy is limited to the ground floor. We are not doing anything with the lower level at this point. That is not part of this application. We don't know what we are going to do with that. We're not trying to be tricky about it. We're not coming back next month on an application for that space. It's developing. It's been developing for years. We may come back with something. We may not come back with something, but you'll be one of the first to know if we do. This application is limited just to the ground floor, and there's a couple of steps where the, what do you call it? The grade changes
on single webcam. That's open up and no exterior heights, each building depends on single interior as buildings and all residents exits also share. The commercial restaurant on the ground floor in machine at 430 is focused on in congestion along the back and the construction crowded that's expected. Residents
All right, good evening, CB2. Max Bookman, Pizetsky and Bookman PC, counsel for the applicant, Hyper Interactive Games. With me is Gabriel, David, and Joshua. They are the owners of the applicant entity. This is an application for an adult recreation facility, which is a name that the Liquor Authority came up with over the fall that just passed, to describe a new type of business that they have now deemed eligible for liquor licensing. These are businesses where food and beverage is not necessarily the main focus. Instead, the focus is on some sort of social, recreational aspect, athletics like racquetball, VR, virtual reality arcades, laser tag, go-karts, board game cafes, escape rooms, pottery workshops, etc. This has been a project of Chair Fan. It's something that she deeply supports, as does the governor's office, and the Liquor Authority issued an advisory earlier in the year supporting these types of businesses. So my client is one of these businesses. They call themselves Game of 1,000 Boxes. It's a trivia game show. And this is a case where a picture is worth 1,000 words. I just printed out some things. Oh my God, that looks fun. Yeah. Okay. So it's like stepping onto the floor of a game show. There's teams of 4, up to 8 teams total. It's you sign up, you buy tickets. It's a show in a sense. It lasts an hour. There's a live host. It's like being on a game show. You're asked trivia, other means of competing. You win points, and the winner wins. The winning team wins. This is a concept that they created in 2021, and they've been operating it on a trial basis with alcohol at a facility on 37th Street. So that started in 2021, and that's ending December 31st this year. So the premises that's before you tonight, where they're seeking to open, would be their first permanent home with a long-term lease. It's on Bowery, on your side of Bowery, between First Street and Houston. The owners all have backgrounds in the audio-visual world. Dave has a master's in acoustical and vibration engineering. He was a senior acoustical consultant at ARUP, the well-known engineering firm, from 2007 to 2014. Josh has a great resume, created trivia and game projects that appeared on air while he was working at The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon for over 6 years. He also as I said, comes from the game world. He has had several crossword puzzles that have been published by the New York Times Crossword. This has been a successful concept. They've had over 30,000 players at the current location. The method of operation, the music is background only, so obviously there are speakers, and the speakers play sound, but it is not a nightlife facility. No DJ, no dancing, no live music, no security, no promoters. 2 buyouts a month. The hours of operation we're seeking are midnight Friday and Saturday, 11 p.m. the rest of the days of the week. No outdoor anything. They did do outreach. They emailed Michelle Campo on November 14th. We included a copy. Didn't get a response. They hosted a Zoom meeting. We flyered the block, took pictures of all the flyers. We were hoping to use that as a way to encourage some folks who we may not otherwise be able to get in touch with to come out and hear about our concept. We were disappointed that nobody came to our Zoom meeting, but we did show you photos that we tried. They were able to get in touch with James Sherry, who is a neighbor, and I think he's here tonight. I don't speak for him. We reached out to him because we watched your video. There was a prior applicant for this space who you disapproved, and he had spoken at that meeting, and we tried to get in touch with him. We were able to make contact, but unfortunately there was not a desire to speak with us until after this meeting. And so we're interested in hearing what he has to say. One thing to note is our direct upstairs neighbor is a commercial yoga studio, not residential, the immediate upstairs neighbor. We're sure you have questions, and we're happy to answer them.
Okay.
The upstairs, is that, I note that there's a loft board order for that, that it is a residential unit?
So there is a residential unit on the third floor. Fourth? Fourth floor.
The second floor is a loft law unit. I don't know if it's been removed.
It has been.
It has been removed, so nobody resides there? Okay.
Right, guys? Yes, that's the yoga studio. Well, we're not there
Right, we're
now.
not there
but-
yet.
Yeah. Oh, will they hear the music? So, because of Dave's background, basically as an acoustical engineer, he gave you an acoustical study. I mean, it's, I'd say pretty comprehensive. Obviously, he's the applicant, but he has the credentials, and and based on the type of sound system that they're looking to install, which again is not. It's not a nightclub, not nightclub level systems, with limitations that we're going to stipulate to, there won't be any audible noise in any of the residential units.
So, okay. Please use the microphones, everybody. That includes the committee.
Because on that point, it's not just the music. Also, anybody who's, hosting with a mic and things for an event like a game or something like that, and people having fun, having a good time with these games, they can shriek, they can get loud. So we just want to make sure the yoga studio doesn't have to go out of business because nobody can do yoga, which requires a quiet environment. Right?
Understood. One thing I think that's fair to look at is if you look at the floor plans we submitted. So there's a sort of entryway, lobby, where there's check-in, we have a bar there, but then further back is the game floor, which is what kind of looks like what you see there. I mean, that's at their current location. But it's a highly enclosed environment, and for the purposes of the game, they don't want sound leaking out. They want everything contained. So they have their own reasons why they want to design this and build this in a way so that sound doesn't escape. Not to mention the fact that, of course, they don't want to bother the neighbors, but they have their own reasons in and of themselves why they want to have this be contained.
So my first question is going to be, why isn't that part in the basement?
I'm not sure. When you guys want to answer why?
I mean, it just seems to, because I did watch the YouTube video, and it's a loud game show. It's
Sure. The reason we're not in the basement is because of the ceiling height. Ceiling height is quite low,
It's low.
in the basement.
so
Doesn't
the,
work
so
there.
the basement is, but you are using the basement for like a lounge,
Correct.
more lounge type area, no games downstairs.
That's right. The idea is if you come early or you stay after the show, there's a place to be.
Okay, and so the 8 things that are on the diagram, that's the full, each one of those would be for the
Yes, that's
people,
like
and that's
the
the 8,
podium,
that's the
game show
full
style podium.
thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's 8 of them.
Okay, and then, so the sound is listed as background, but it's entertainment level, really, because it's not, I mean, the music,
Yeah.
whatever music comes out may be background, but
Yeah, look,
The
I don't want to play.
participation-
I don't want to play
yeah.
word games with you on this. I mean,
Yeah,
obviously, your form wasn't designed for this type of business,
Exactly.
and so I mean, we try to
there
be
will be like
transparent here.
entertainment level sound in the space. It may not be music. I mean, people
that fair to
yelling
say?
into, I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just going to, I just want to be very clear. I did go online and did watch the
Yes.
video. There is nothing quiet about this.
Yeah, we're not saying it's
like
quiet.
it's not like a nightclub.
Correct.
But there is music that is playing. There is bass that is going, which your sound report even addresses that you have to have the bass. So you're very straightforward about that. There is bass, and it is.
yes. So Donna, we knew you'd go online and look. I mean, and we know they have an internet presence, and so I mean, we weren't planning on coming in here telling you that there's
No.
something that they're not.
Right.
I think the point is, and again, I'm not looking to split hairs on it. I was be very clear.
Right.
The music is background music, but you're absolutely right that there will be
The other activities-
amplified voices and game sounds from the game that I think would be fair to call entertainment level.
Right. So actually, I will turn around and say the basement may be the quietest place in there.
It's possible.
Um,
Although, as I say, they are sort of building they're a box within a box.
On the page with the game show audio, when you say 85 decibels, I mean, you're saying that's a tiny bit louder than inside a New York subway car or average New York City restaurant. So
Correct.
that's not that loud. So
It's louder than a average New York City restaurant, but it is not a nightclub. It's not even
average New York
close to a
City
nightclub.
restaurant with people talking and music, you know,
Yeah, but
where
I
you
mean,
can hear yourself
I
talk.
referenced a study with those numbers, which averaged downtown Manhattan like 80 restaurants. So it's prime time talking and background music restaurants. Is where that number came from.
It leaves out the yelling and all of that that goes on with the game show. Okay, and then just to point out, this is in the, I believe it's in the Special Little Italy district, so there's the zoning overlay.
I'm sorry, Donna. There was just at one point I
Go
wanted
ahead.
to clarify in case it wasn't clear. The contestants, the customers, they don't have mics. So the only person who's mic'd up is the host.
Okay.
And that could be a stip. The point is, if people do get exuberant because they've won the game, and if there is yelling, I just want to be very clear about that. That would not be yelling on a microphone.
Okay, that's slightly helpful. Although I have my own personal experience with team chants in a well-insulated space right below me, and when you have 20 people chanting, they can, it was fun every morning at o'clock.
Fortunately, no one lives directly above. There are people who live, but not.
To
directly.
Cormac's point, doing quiet yoga,
That's-
peaceful, clearing the mind, all those. I'm just saying they may not be sleeping, but they're doing.
Well, there's all sorts of
yoga.
yoga. I'm not sure what type of yoga they practice there. Okay, I'm actually
okay.
being told it's very
I
active.
did the yoga class, and it's actually very active. They're really they like to encourage you to
Not
get into it.
Okay, so so the first thing is that this is in the special Little Italy section, so that is, I think it didn't have that in in the questionnaire here. So
They've been very, to their credit, they've been very deep in the DOB, LPC, loft board process. If we left something out, that's
Okay.
my firm's fault, not theirs.
okay, and then
And just so we can correct it, which one are you pointing? What are you
so
pointing to,
when
Donna?
it says zoning overlay or special designation,
Oh, we didn't include
it
the overlay.
it does special Little Italy
Okay, we
district
can
is
correct that
what
if
it's
you need
in.
us. Sorry.
And I think, my concern, well, there's two concerns. One, I appreciate the background of the applicant being in the acoustics, but it would be nice to have some unbiased, I'm just saying, I mean, I'm going to say it, so.
I wasn't sure if you were going to say it, but I thought you might.
But,
and it's fair. I mean, look, there are budgets involved, and they are fortuitous that they have somebody on their team with this level of expertise. I hear your point.
Okay, and then the other thing is there are like 3 or 4 other bars right there. You've got Bowery Bar, you've got 3 or 4, I can't say the name of it. Slancha. And then you have Duane Park right there. So and we have members from the public here. We've gotten letters on how saturated this area is becoming, filled with bars. And this is not a bar, but it is something that is going to attract crowds of people, probably with lines and all of that, in this neighborhood that is surrounded by residents. There are a lot of residents around there, and it's becoming a very bar-heavy area.
Yep.
And those are what some of the letters that we've been receiving are about that. And I personally this, to me, just looking at this looks like it belongs where it was, up in Times Square more with that sort of thing, and not on a street like this that's going to be attracting crowds of people waiting online to go in on a daily basis, starting early in the morning and going until, no, it's not going until 3 o'clock in the morning, so thank you for that. But, going into the evening, and it's going to be one of these scenes where they already have lines of people for other places that have been existing there. So how are we solving all those problems
Sure, yeah.
for people that live
A
there?
few points. So first of all, it is reservation-based, and that could be a stip. And we do have an entryway and the downstairs. So it's not like we have no room, like it's a Broadway theater and people have to queue outside. It's reservation-based to the extent you show up early. You're not sitting outside, you're coming inside. That's one of the things that they find attractive about the space. It is Bowery, whatever that's worth to you. It's Bowery, it's not Elizabeth Street. So that to me, that means something. And look, I'm not here to dispute what you said about concerns regarding saturation. You know how the Liquor Authority evaluates it. It's the 500-foot law. I think we have a compelling public interest case here. This is going to be one of the first applications the Liquor Authority gets under this new license category that all 3 sitting members of the authority created purposely so that, under a directive from the governor to try to support businesses like this that have deemed, where it's been seen that having an alcohol component helps support their bottom line. This is a bar the same way a bowling alley is a bar. It has a bar there. It's not why people are coming. That's baked into the license category. So that's not to discount what you said about saturation. I hear you there, but I do think that I think we're different, and I think you hear that a lot. But I think we really are here.
Well, it is different. I mean, I'll give you that much. It is different. I just don't know, in whose, well, why don't I go? Does anybody from the committee have anything else right now? Yeah, go.
I was just gonna say, I mean, it's true, if you take a bowling alley or whatever, all this, but your bar is just as big. You have a whole floor dedicated to that, so it's not a small subset. I assume the point of the is to make money from selling alcohol.
Well, sure. So 2 things.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's just said.
Well,
it's a point, right? It's
well, no doubt. Yeah, we're not giving the alcohol away, and so we want to make money, and we definitely want to make money selling alcohol. That's why this license category was created, so to support the bottom line of businesses like this, so they can have additional revenue stream. That's not just from ticket sales, although the primary business, to be quite clear with you, in order to be eligible for this, the primary business here has to be the ticket sales, not the sale of alcohol.
And also the basement's never been used for commercial purposes other than storage. So
they do have
it's increasing pretty significantly in, a new area. There's also going to be a building built next door. It's probably going to take a couple years. They're adding on to your neighboring building. They're adding on 8 or 9 stories. So that's happening pretty soon. I don't know if you guys knew about that, but that's going to be pretty disruptive to your business at this location. You're gonna have scaffolding up, all the trucks coming. I don't know if you've seen building a building in New York City, what that entails, but that's gonna be right abutting you.
So I could tell
probably right when your shovel hits the ground.
So it seems like that's going to give them pause, or at least that's not something they knew. I didn't know. So it's good to hear.
And we don't know also, what that means, I think, for people in the area, what that ground floor will look like too in the future. So there's some changes going on, but basically going in the other direction. I think the concern from the letters that we've received is that they're all licensed premises, and across the street, are several large licensed premises. And many of them don't seem to have worked, the new ones. I've just, it's the only restaurant I think that Mr. McNally has closed, is across the street. So a lot of concepts have come to this area and it hasn't gone so well. I'm not saying that yours won't, but it's a complicated landscape over there that every 5 or 10 years you hear people write about saying, "Oh, the next change is coming," and then it's not that different. But I guess that's just sort of all these different issues together leave some room for pause, and then the concerns of the residents. And if you're, it's like, you're saying it's reservation based before, but I guess, is that going to mean that you have multiple shows or whatever, games in a night? Are people going to be ever waiting outside, or what's that going to look like?
Yeah, so
as far as how that's working, because I think that's
So it is. So all your points are well taken, Carter. So if I could just address a few of them. So this is, in a sense, a show, in the sense that, sort of like a movie, you are there by appointment. There is a time, you buy a ticket, for that time and you show up for that time, the experience lasts an hour and then it's over. Unlike a, Broadway theater where as soon as it's over, you're out on the street, there's nothing else to do. Within 5 minutes of the curtain dropping. Here, if you show up a little early or if you want to stay later, we do have the bar. And so, there's no doubt about it. That's an aspect of it. But it is ticketed, just like a movie theater might be with particular show times. In terms of concerns from the neighbors, look, we obviously watched your video, but other than one neighbor who I've mentioned, who I understand is here tonight, and we'll certainly hear from them. I'm not sure what the concerns of the neighbors are because we haven't had a chance to speak with the neighbors, and we really wanted to. And so we're here to listen tonight, but I do wish we were met by folks who may have been concerned, so we could have had a chance before tonight's meeting to address concerns and talk it out.
Okay, so I think we'll go to the public. So I have James Sherry and Colleen O'Connor Grant. Whoever, yeah.
Hi, good evening.
Hi.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I'm Colleen O'Connor Grant, and I reside on the Bowery between Bleecker and Houston Streets. I'm here regarding the application of Hyper Interactive Games for a liquor license at 302 Bowery, a location that has never had a bar. In this case, there'll be 2 bars, according to their floor plans. If approved, this would be the 7th liquor license just on our block alone, adding to the sad disaster that this stretch of the Bowery has become as a result of what I call the never-ending spring break party, with its trash and safety issues that my neighbors and I live through. I want to stress that where we live, there are many families. I've lived here for a long time. I've seen the stretch of Bowery go from a vibrant corridor over in Community Board 2. There used to be a mix of retail businesses catering to fashion, antiques, culinary arts, and kitchen stores. It's now the never-ending spring break party for tourists and college students, drawn by the monoculture created here by too many bars, which I'm sure was attractive to our applicant in terms of a target audience. In New York State, grounds for denying a liquor license include the location being within 500 feet of 3 or more liquor license establishments. We have at least 7 on our square block and 31 within 500 feet of our front door. So there's no rationale to add another bar here. The applicant has been registered with New York State Department of State only since September 2025. This untested entity wants to open a bar, which this is, using the ruse of running a light and sound entertainment show into the early hours of the morning in a residential neighborhood. A light and sound entertainment show belongs in a theater or entertainment district where far less residents reside, which the Bowery is not. Also, when considering a liquor license, there is the standard of assessing history, character, and location. Representatives from Hyper Interactive Games have approached people outside of our residential building, asking for me specifically by name. I was also sent unsolicited invitations through an online platform by one of the applicants. As a woman and as a parent, this is deeply upsetting behavior. I feel that I was identified for speaking out against the last applicant who wanted to open a bar under the ruse of selling vintage fashion. I share this fact with you just as I shared it with my neighbors, and some of them have been intimidated by these tactics and are not here tonight. Let's just look at a few of the highlights from this application. The application states the business will not employ a manager. So the business model is to have over 140 people that alcohol is being sold to without a manager to oversee its operations. The application states this bar entertainment venue will not have security personnel. This is not just a risk to patrons and residents, but it is not permissible to have that many patrons without licensed security and an establishment selling alcohol. It cites a proposed occupancy of 140 people and with 3,600 square feet. In terms of retail space, the number of patrons will likely be higher. The New York Nightlife Association and the New York City Police Department both state, this was emailed to the community board so they can see the reference. Quote, there should be a minimum of one licensed and trained security guard in every premise when 75 or more patrons are present. For larger premises, there should be one such security guard for every 75 club patrons present. This is also echoed in the New York event laws, rules, and regulations. Quote, in deciding to issue the permit, the state liquor authority will consider if the licensee has adequate security in place. Moving on, the applicant wants to have 2 bars in its venue, including one in the basement without security and without a manager. The interior architecture report shows a cellar-based lounge. Putting aside reminders of the Happyland Social Club fire in the Bronx, you cannot evacuate 140 people or more from your basement without proper staff levels and trained staff and security. More troubling and perhaps unique to this location, which never had a use in its cellar before, is that the basements on this stretch of the Bowery do not exit out onto the street, but to a tiny patch, kind of like half of a postage stamp backyard in the back of the building, and that's walled off from the other buildings, so there's no access to any to the street, which is why none of the other bars in this location are selling alcohol in their cellars. This application says the bar will not have TVs, and yet the entire business model of this bar is one that will be full of TVs for trivia accompanied by sound equipment. I feel that's a bit misleading to have listed on the application. The game show audio report is not from an independent source. It was prepared by one of the business owners. I feel that Manhattan Community Board 2 should require the applicant to pay and the community board select an independent company to produce an audio report regarding sound and decibels for this entertainment venue. Also, the expected volume level listed on this application, as you covered, says background quiet instead of entertainment level. And I refute the notion that this form was not designed for this type of new business because one of the options listed is entertainment, which they did not check. Also, the game show audio report was prepared for a business that is not in operation. So I'm not quite sure how there can be factual statements made about a business that is not in operation, specifically at 302 Bowery. The application states, as you covered, there is no zoning overlay or special designation. This is not true. 302 Bowery is a landmark building and also resides in the special Little Italy district. Even the cross streets listed on the application are incorrect. 302 Bowery is between East Houston and East First Street, not East Second Street as listed on the application. And finally, I question that this business is a legal use at the location of 302 Bowery. It's located in a C61 zone across from an R8X district. According to the New York City zoning resolution, for R8X district. Their application states, we propose to operate an adult entertainment facility. Tickets are available for purchase to the public. The application lists use group 6. The Department of City Planning's use group 6 lists entertainment or drinking establishments. And in an area zoned as C61, there are additional limitations for use group 6 eating or drinking establishments. And I'm paraphrasing here from section 32-163, use group 6, uses subject to additional conditions B3. Eating or drinking establishments in C4 through C6 districts where such establishments provide entertainment with a cover charge, the entrance to such establishment shall be a minimum of 100 feet from the nearest residence district boundary. 302 Bowery is 59 feet from the RX8 district located across the Bowery. This use falls into a legal gray zone. So regardless of the decision about a license for alcohol, I feel the full community board should consider having a perhaps signed legally binding statement from the city as to if the use is compliant with the New York City zoning resolution. As I previously mentioned, the 500-foot standard, is in place. We have at least 7 liquor licenses on our square block. Just to appreciate the 500 square foot rule, please consider what is the results for residents living in an area that is saturated in a bar monoculture economy. You might wonder why I'm calling it a never-ending spring break party. It's not just the long unattended lines or our own residential entrances blocked by crowds. Please forgive me for going into detail here, but regularly. We have screaming, yelling, and the occasional fights, even at 11 midnight, sometimes 2 in the morning. And activities that would normally take place in bathrooms are regularly happening out on the sidewalk, creating dangerous conditions for residents. Drug use, including needles and syringes and glass pipes in our doorway. Urine and vomit are frequently in our doorway and along the block. And as recently as Thanksgiving, someone pooped on our doorstep. Every single morning as we commute to school and work, there is trash all over the sidewalk, including broken wine and pint glasses. DSNY removed our corner collection trash cans, and 2 probably unlicensed food carts have shown up. So it is an enormous volume of trash along this stretch of the Bowery. This establishment's business model is likely not permitted within 100 feet of a residential district. The applicant has put on their application they will not have security or a manager, and have bars on the ground, plural, on the ground floor and in the cellar. Most troubling, perhaps from your point of view, is the applicant is asking the city and the state to do business with them without adequately addressing safety regulations. So given the highlights I have selected from this application, there are more. I urge the committee to reject the application for a liquor license. A lot of the information is not factual. Some of it is not independently verified, and it is substandard planning for patron safety and security, including the discounting of basic legal requirements for security for bars. This all warrants concern that this applicant is a bad actor. And in light of that, there is also the oversaturation of 31 liquor licenses within 500 square feet of our front door. Thank you again for allowing me to speak to our concerns over this application.
Thank you. James?
Thank you for the opportunity to address the board. My name is James Sherry. I live at 300 Bowery, which is immediately next door to the proposed activities. In our building are 10 New Yorkers, 3 families, 2 young families with 4 members, and my wife and I, who are both active contributors to the literary and arts communities in Lower Manhattan and nationally for the past 50 years. 4 members of our building were born in the building. Another 2 people grew up here and after college are now living in the building in their 30s. 300 Bowery is our home. I have lived at 300 Bowery since 1977, and I was here last year to speak about another prospective bar at 302 Bowery, so hello again. There are many such long-term residents on our small block between Bleecker and Houston. We have grave concerns and hope to avoid turning our landmark block on the Bowery and between Bleecker and Houston into another honky-tonk row. The owner of 302 Bowery has rented the ground floor and cellar to a sound and light game show format bar and lounge called Dave and Gabe.care that needs to apply for a new liquor license. The 302 building has never had a license. Since we already have at least 4 active liquor licenses on Bowery on the very short block between Bleecker and Houston, at least 7 licenses on our square block, and 31, as the previous speaker said, within 500 feet, we want to object to any new license on the block, especially at 302, which is a fragile landmark building. And you can see the data from the state's website. 300 Bowery is also a landmark building. We share a wall which is quite fragile, and I'm afraid of the vibration issues. In addition to what the board member said a few minutes ago, there's a plan to build 8 stories on top of one of the 4-story buildings next to us on the other side. So there is a need for a variety of business that are beneficial to the community. The bar Slanja at 304 Bowery has several raucous group shouting events each week, some sporting and trivia events at the bar. And the question I have is, do we need more trivia? The bar at 306 is the burlesque house. And you can see the photo of the burlesque house crowd gathering outside, blocking the sidewalk, as the prior speaker mentioned. So this is some visual proof of that. Our home life and ability to live peacefully has already been impacted and would increasingly be negatively impacted if this license is approved for yet another bar lounge. We would welcome a variety of businesses that are beneficial to the community, but another bar lounge would not be beneficial. There is no public convenience or advantage to grant another liquor license that would only amplify the noise and disruptions, often until 4 a.m. The noise levels documented by the applicant's lawyer need verification by an independent third party, not a business regulating itself. The congestion and noise on our block are already intolerable on the weekends. Several food trucks, as the prior speaker mentioned, have recently shown up on our block. They are venting noises and smells from other restaurants and bakeries on the block all week. There is an art gallery event space that often has rowdy crowds spilling into the street. And considering the new fad for standing in line, we wonder if our building residents will have to fight through the line to get to our front door. Even now, we have to turn off our doorbells on the weekend to avoid unruly people leaning on the bell to pee. The Adams mandated new garbage can regulation means residents of 300 Bowery must clean up after Friday and Saturday night revels, since merrymakers use our garbage can, although locked, as a dumping ground for food, drink, and plastic waste, generating more rats than ever before. And you can see there's a photograph of that, of our garbage can in the package that I gave to you. I think it's the, you'll see it, it's great. Weekend visitors even broke the locks on our garbage can multiple times to dispose of their waste, and our upstairs neighbor has recently purchased a, what we hope will be a more strong lock that will prevent that. Plastic cups and beer bottles are left in our doorway as well. We have drugs and paraphernalia in our doorstep. Thanksgiving morning, as the prior speaker said, there's a pile of human feces sitting on our stoop. There's no public convenience or advantage to a new liquor license on our block. Enough is enough. This prospective light and sound game lounge is intended to generate noise. They talk about 85 decibels. I think we should all hear what 85 decibels sounds like before we make a decision. 300 Bowery shares a wall with 302. Dave and Gabe.care are selling noise, games, and shouting. My bedroom is diagonally connected to 302's first floor where, and although there's no picture of it in the packet that you received, only the basement, you could see how my head is there and they're right below us on a diagonal. Will my wife and I really be able to sleep with the noise from the drunken crowd shouting at our heads when they win a prize at the game show? What we have heard from the applicants about soundproofing reads well, but needs verification by a disinterested party, and we are happy to facilitate that in collaboration with the panel. This new Dave and Gabe.care project, open until whatever, 2 a.m. or even midnight, will not make the situation on our block better. Dave and Gabe intends to create a club at the bottom of a residential building, and it's of more than passing interest to note that none of the residential tenants of 302 are here tonight. And the prior speaker mentioned one of the possible reasons why. I'm not sure why the tenants of what the tenants of 302 are thinking. I do know that they try hard not to interact with their landlord. Dave and Gabe present their work as community building, but one wonders about the community for game shows and alcohol. In addition, Dave and Gabe have recently closed their business at 246 West 37th. We have not been able to contact the landlord there to determine the prior concerns with their activities there, and I think we should be doing that before we proceed. I understand that approval of a liquor license may be difficult for the board to deny, so if the board cannot in good conscience deny a license, the board can at least limit alcohol hours to an early closing time. Other indicators of the future. Either Dave and Gabe or the owner of 302 cut down a tree behind the landmark 302 building with or without a permit. We do not know because they do not post permits, and I provided a photograph of the building without any permits under construction. They have already started to polyurethane the floor without a posted permit in the landmark building, and I have contacted New York City Landmarks about that and not heard back yet. Instead of venting the space containing the drying toxins, they locked the building to let the floor dry. On 3 successive nights, I received frantic texts from women living upstairs, each the mother of 2 children in our building, looking for the cause of the smell as they tried to make dinner amid the toxic fumes of drying polyurethane. They removed signage from their landmark building, and I have a photograph of that in the package that you have. These are not signs of a professional or reliable operation. There are many new services this expanding residential neighborhood needs. This block will need in the next few months and see the need for other services, not more bars. The license is not a good investment for CB2 on a block already oversubscribed with establishments selling alcohol. So please consider the lives and welfare of the people who live here, and thank you for your public service. We look forward to working with you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else here who wants to speak on this application? Okay. We're back.
Okay, so if you, come on back, guys. I was taking some notes, just several responses. Yeah, so first, you heard from both speakers a lot of words like party and club and bar, merrymaking on the street, disorder on the street. I just want to emphasize again that the closing hours that we're proposing are midnight on Saturday and Sunday and 11 p.m. the rest of the days of the week. That's typically viewed in this community board as not nightlife hours, and I think should, more than anything else I say here tonight, underscore the fact that it's not a nightlife operation. Now, I'm not discounting what the speakers are saying. I'm not saying that it's not true. I'm not saying that it's not valid points, but it's not a nightlife operation. I think we should get that acknowledgement back. I do wish we had a chance to talk earlier. You know, I'm really disappointed with, you know, basically suggestions that trying to intimidate people or have done something untoward. The online platform that you heard that my client tried to contact the first speaker on was LinkedIn. The message that we typically get from this committee is that it's encouraged for applicants to try to reach out to residents to meet with them. That's a message that we've heard loud and clear over the years. If that's changed, I'd like to know. But that's what we try to do. I don't think anything that my clients did crossed any boundaries or crossed any lines. We did, because we do our diligence, we watched the video, we saw that these were the same 2 speakers who proposed the prior application, and we thought we would try to talk to them in a way of getting ahead of any concerns, to get off on the right foot, and try to speak with them about what we're proposing, as opposed to coming in here in a sort of automatically sort of hostile posture. So that's all that was about, and I'm sorry if it came off wrong, but that was the effort there. A few more points. The applicant is not untested. The entity is the legal entity they recently formed, but as you heard us say, they've been operating since 2021. There's no ruse here. I didn't appreciate that characterization. We've been very transparent about what we are. Correct. You know, your question, I think it's the Liquor Authority's question about will we employ a manager? That question means, will we be employing an outside manager, or will the principals manage? In this case, the principals will manage. That is typically viewed by the Liquor Authority as favorable, more favorable than having an outside manager who's potentially less accountable. So the principals, the owners of the business, will be there to manage the business. So that's why we put that. In terms of security, you know, what you heard reference to was the best practices for nightlife establishments, written in collaboration between the New York City, the predecessor organization to the New York City Hospitality Alliance, called the New York Nightlife Association, and the New York Police Department. It is a suggested set of industry best practices for nightlife establishments. That's what it's called. I have a copy in my briefcase. I take it everywhere. Best practices for nightlife establishments. This is not a nightlife establishment. There's no law that says you have to have security. And again, typically, you know, having no security is an indicator of the kind of business it is. With all that said, if we had a chance to speak in advance and we heard the concerns about outdoors, you know, lines and stuff, we would have been able to convey that we don't really think having a sort of door person is necessary here, because we are stipulating to no outdoor wait lines because of our ability to have a reservation system, ticketed timing, and being able to accommodate people inside the premises, which again is typically viewed as a good thing. I won't get into unless you want to, but we have responses to every single DOB-related comment that was raised. They have done everything by the letter with DOB in accordance with DOB requirements and zoning. Their approval from DOB is imminent, and we're very confident. Was that
LPC.
And LPC as well, and I've reviewed their work there. Yeah, I think we're okay on as far as on DOB. Last but not least, I know your role is to try to find compromise here. It's what the Liquor Authority tries to do too. When, Donna, you go to the full board. I don't think this is a case that should have to go to the full board. We've got pretty early closing hours as it is. I'm not sure if there's a lot of sort of fat to trim from that bone. We're open to something that could create comfort. I appreciate the second speaker saying, cracking the door open a little bit to compromise. I mean, one thing that we heard again and again about was sound concerns and basically not trusting our sound study. If we had been able to meet earlier and heard that concern, maybe we could have gotten one. Honestly, not every single liquor license application that comes in front of you has the budget for a sound study. They're worth every penny, but they cost a lot of money. One thing we were thinking about was eliminating the subwoofer, which is something that is usually a major concern. And even if there's sort of not a lot of trust for our sound study, if we eliminate a subwoofer, that would eliminate any bass noises, which are usually the ones that contribute to the most noise complaints. So we're putting that on the table. If there's any suggestions from the committee, we're happy to listen. But I do think this is, when it's all said and done, a reasonable application that meets the public interest standard.
I was going to say, I think the intimidation is not just necessarily your clients, it's the whole situation of what's happening in that area, which is why there's some uncomfortableness from the different landlords, some of their responses to other people in the community, et cetera. So I don't think there's an interest to engage because they feel that there's some other, these are all rent regulated units in, I think, both of your building and then the building next door. There's a lot of underlying issues there. Second, I think the other concern is the occupancy of the full space, right? And on both floors. But from what I hear, you're not going to actually be probably occupying both spaces at the same time.
No simultaneous occupancy.
And so I think that, and then the other concern is, well, what's left is a 2-story venue, and that if there are any changes in the future, it's a fairly large licensed space, right? So I think that that's a concern that you might address, because I think that's where you limit significantly what the impacts would be of people coming in and out.
Well,
and creating traffic. So I don't know if you're overlapping shows, meaning if people go downstairs, if the show's upstairs, people are leaving, or what it is, but
yeah, okay, so 2 points, Carter. First, so on the, so there will not be simultaneous occupancy or full occupancy. Again, the purpose of the non-show areas is essentially to accommodate guests of the show a little bit before or a little bit after. So there will never be a point where it's maxed out at 140. We're just sort of reacting to your comment live. It's a good point that you raise. And so I'm not sure if there's a number we could put on that.
I mean, each show is, I'll just say it, the maximum per show is 32 people. So if we have a full show and then people filter downstairs, somewhere around 32 people, maybe a couple extra, friends come, whatever. But we're not expecting to put 70 people downstairs, have 32 people playing the show, and then 32 people waiting in the front. That is not what we're doing.
I think that's, I'll let Donna think about that, however she does the writing, not me.
Not anymore.
That was one thing, and then I guess the other is that it wouldn't ever be advertised as a separate standalone basement space.
That's 100% correct.
Those are two things I think that would really change the impact of when you look at this and the numbers versus what you guys are representing that you're going to operate.
So we could definitely give, I'm not sure if I could do it standing here at the podium, because you do raise a good point, Carter, and it's not one we considered, but from the little conversation we just had, we can give you a number that represents the maximum number of people that we'd have in the premises at any time, and it would be significantly lower than the DOB occupancy of 140. I don't know how you want to sequence this, but we could talk about that, okay? And it was never the idea ever to advertise this as multiple spaces, multiple DBAs, separate concepts. You know, again, going back to the bowling alley analogy, you know, at least most of the time, you know, someone doesn't go to the bowling alley to drink at the bar. They go to the bowling alley to bowl, and then the bar is there. And so, so, you know, we're not advertising this as a standalone bar operation, and we could put stipulations around that as well, in addition to the note I made about, you know, eliminating the subwoofer.
I think the other thing is just the sound too. I mean, and that's hard. I mean, it's either soundproofed or it's not, right? I mean, you know, studies, all that other stuff. It's, you know, I think in some respects too, if it's, I mean, that space from looking in the window before is pretty empty. Is that correct? When are you building, you know, if you're soundproofing the ceiling, the walls, et cetera, putting in the speaker, I mean, you have a freedom. It's not a built space, right?
Yeah. So the view. So my response on that.
And the money soundproofing than doing a study.
Yeah. So look.
I mean, if the budget's not that.
Yeah. I mean, look. There are many applications where I think it's a really good idea to get a sound study, and it's not every application, and it's just, you know, and I understand there is, from case to case, from application to application, there's sometimes a variety of opinion on this committee as to the value of sound studies. It's not like, just let's be honest, it's not like you always accept what a sound study says, even if it is, you know, disinterested. And so I hear your point on soundproofing. I think sort of like, so basically if we just posit for a moment that, you know, that our sound study is garbage because it's totally biased, which is not true, but let's just posit that because that's sort of what we're hearing, okay? There are still objective, verifiable, enforceable limitations that we could put in stipulations that the liquor authority will enforce that can address the concerns about sound. It's the subwoofer, it's the hours of operation, and we are putting in soundproofing, and they could talk more about what exactly the soundproofing is, but there will be soundproofing.
Yeah, I think the end of the day is people don't want to hear it in their homes, right? I mean, that's like just period. And even though there's some allowance for that, right, technically,
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
you know, people don't want to hear it at all. And I think that's what we're hearing is all these different concerns all just come around to how is this not going to impact us? And it sounds like there's some room here, but it's not in a format that I think the residents could remotely accept yet without those parameters around it, and those would be the stipulations and just whatever that is. So
Okay, the next one is going to be Sweet Hospitality Group, 432, 434. Lafayette Street, that's C10. Theater, previously unlicensed. And joining us is Anthony Wong, also on the committee. Thank you, Anthony.
Actually, there is, yes, and this top part is the petitions. So more petitions were obtained. Which obviously is very. Okay, thank you so much. Again, my name is Maston Sansom, the attorney for the applicant here, Sweet Hospitality Group, LLC. I'm joined here by E.J. Murata. He's with Sweet Hospitality Group. Dan Propati, he's also with Sweet, and we'll give their titles. Megan O'Keefe is with the production company, correct? No guarantees. We have Hal Goldberg here with the landlord production company as well. Okay. And Matt Goldman here. He's the landlord. Okay. I apologize there for the confusion. So we had been here, gosh, I don't know if it was the last meeting, but maybe
It was last month.
Okay, so it was the last meeting. So at that time, if you recall, we had originally proposed to use the courtyard. We had removed that from the application. Upon recommendation from the committee that we should speak with the residents, and it was recommended to get actual signatures, petitions. That is what you have before you at this time. There was also another issue brought up regarding the C of O, and that allowing the eating and drinking and occupancy of the courtyard for the proposed use. So as you can see, so essentially we're looking to add the courtyard back in after we, this diligence here, and amend the current application, basically to add the courtyard back in. As you can see, a number of signatures from the local residents, the surrounding residents, are before you. And as far as the CFO, my understanding is that is to come through by the end of the year and will provide for the permitted use. And we certainly can answer any questions that you have and provide more details as to where the signatures came from and all that. But I do believe the addresses are there.
Yeah, the addresses are there somewhat. I mean, is there any sound attenuation that you're planning on doing for this open courtyard?
We've just begun exploring the use of the courtyard as an ancillary space. We are considering and we're open to partitions or the like. We will obviously do anything that is allowed within landmarks and DOB to lessen the burden on the residents. That's not the intention by any means. No one's been there and using this space for quite a while, so we're still going to be learning and adapting to both what the throughput is of utilization of the courtyard, since it is ancillary to the theater itself, and then also what actual amplification there is from whoever does end up using it on a regular basis.
So, I mean, I'm just going to say one thing. When we took this off last month and it was removed and we went through this whole thing, signed stipulations and everything, I thought you would work out how you're going to handle that courtyard, how you were going to insulate that courtyard, how you were going to get the certificate of occupancy, because it's non-existent now for that space for any use out there.
We could,
This is, I see you have some signatures. Are any of those people, I mean, we've also received letters in objection to this from people whose bedrooms look right there. And a bunch of people talking in an open courtyard surrounded by bedrooms, even without music, is a nightmare. So, you know, you're primarily a theater. That's your business.
Yes.
So the courtyard is an ancillary thing.
Yes.
I personally fail to understand why we're even contemplating this at this juncture when you don't even have any way of saying how you're going to keep the poor people whose bedrooms are right there from hearing anybody hanging out there from noon until midnight every night.
I'm, of course, happy to speak to that. And I would mention Hal, especially, who's acting as our general manager of the space. I'd love to chime in with any additional thoughts. You know, Matt, our landlord, has really been very supportive in embarking on.
And I'm just going to say, I'm sure the landlord is very supportive because you have a theater there and that's what this is. So for me personally, hearing that the landlord is supportive doesn't, in this instance, mean as much to me as hearing everybody who has a bedroom that surrounds the space is in support of this.
So in addition to being the landlord, I'm also a resident in the building. I'm a resident in the closest
But
apartment.
you make money off of leasing out
I
this building,
understand.
so you're willing to sleep with earplugs in your ears and everything else that you need to do in order to get the rent paid from this organization that has been there.
That's
So
true,
I'm
but
sorry,
if I
but-
could just add that every single resident of 434 and 432
You're also their landlord.
has also
Are they here?
signed the petitions and has offered letters of support. There was also a restaurant in that courtyard for 6 or 7 years from 2002, I'm sorry, 97 to 2003.
Improperly. I mean, there was no certificate of occupancy for anybody to be having a restaurant in there. It was an illegal restaurant.
I can't speak to that because
Well,
it was,
you want to see the certificate? I mean, have you looked
Well,
at the certificate of occupancy for 432?
there was not in the top, there was 3 floors to the restaurant. 2 of them, it's my understanding that 2 of them had the proper C of O, and it was only the
cellar-
main floor,
the
which is
cellar.
as right, which is the floor that's being,
The cellar was for a restaurant, the subcellar was for a boiler room, and then there were apartments there. And there's nothing about a rear yard.
the rear yard was being utilized for the entire time of the
But
restaurant.
it wasn't supposed to be. Just because
Well,
it's
I guess
utilized doesn't mean that it's
just
allowed to be.
To point out, I think we're I think, you know, with regard to that, sounds like they, and I take your word for it, that they didn't have the proper CO. But I think what we're focused on is the sound and things like that. So that the improper CO, sure, absolutely, they should have had that. And but again, it's the sound. It was able to operate with the apartments around there, and people were okay with it. My understanding. I've not heard.
I haven't gotten, well,
I mean, they were there for 6 years, so I think.
well, it doesn't mean everybody was okay with it, and it's that,
I just want to make sure I finish addressing your questions that you raised. Obviously, Sweet Hospitality, who is our operator and is on the application for SLA, was here previously, and that is why we knew the certificate of occupancy was an issue, and we made sure that we would have that by the end of this year. Candidly, we're embarking on something that is new, even if Helena's had been operating correctly. That was over 20 years ago. Blue Man Group, as a worldwide phenomenon, was able to operate out of this building and these two addresses. And because it was the headquarters of what was a massive operation, they were able to make it work and utilize different parts of it. They had a scenery shop, they did all sorts of creative things, and they were able to utilize that whole space. Coming in now as a theater in 434, our strong belief is that the highest and best utility of that courtyard is not, we're not trying to open up an all-day restaurant back there, but we want to be able to offer to our patrons who are coming to the theater a more leisurely experience. You heard in some of the other applications, we don't want to be opening up doors 10 minutes before the show and everyone rushes in and through the bar. We want to have a space where people can come maybe 30 to 60 minutes before, congregate, and easily find their seat. The certificate of occupancy that we have been told we should expect by the end of the year will be 74 people, which would only be a quarter of the theater even taking up that option as it's available to them. And as alluded to, we're trying to both make sure we're doing this in a responsible way. The courtyard and all the attendant work that would go into soundproofing it or sound modifying it only is really feasible for us if we know that there's a path toward ultimately being able to serve food and beverage out there.
So just on a technical basis, if we don't support this application, we're going to have to go back and retroactively disapprove the previous application, because this isn't actually an alteration application. You're changing the application you're submitting to the liquor authority. So technically, I would just bring that to Donna's attention, because
So not quite. The reason is currently the application before the authority has no courtyard. It's only if we gain your support would we then amend the application, which the authority does allow you to do, provided we get the support here. So
my point was that if you were to pursue this, you have to change that application that's before the members.
Yeah, we would. Yes, absolutely. And but the authority actually does, to a certain extent, allow you to amend. They've actually kind of been encouraging it a little bit lately, because refiling and everything and not amending during the infancy of the application process, because it's a 10-month process, to refile every time just creates double the work for everybody. So.
Okay. Does anybody from the committee have anything they want to say at this point?
I mean, I can't speak for the committee, but I'm just sort of stunned at this attempt to bring this courtyard back. I'm hearing about like soundproofing. There is no way to soundproof an outdoor space unless you're talking about glazing and glassing in the courtyard. Like, I don't even know what we're talking about. I heard earlier people talk about amplification in the courtyard. Amplification outdoor spaces for me is a hard no anywhere in the district, right? I have no idea what we're what we're even talking about the courtyard. I mean, that's all I have to say. So that's just for me personally. I obviously don't speak for them.
Okay, I think I'm going to go to the public on this. If anybody's here to speak on this one.
I support your effort to run this theater. I live in the backyard. I can see this courtyard from my bedroom window, and my only concern is I'm a reasonable person. I understand. I chose to live in New York City, not on a farm somewhere. I know there's going to be noise and all that, but I am worried about any sort of live music back there or amplification. I do work from home in that room, and I do like to go to sleep. So I don't know how late they're willing to do it, or how much amplification is going to be back there, how much live music is going to be back there. That's my only concern. I have no problem with their business at large. I just, as someone that has to sleep back there, just worried about the noise levels. Yes.
Just ask, but
yeah.
I understand your concern about live music, but I'm not sure I understand the distinction. I mean, if they're blasting recorded music, how's that better for you?
Any amplification, I'm opposed to
But
on
you're
a
okay
certain
with
level.
60 people sitting out there from noon until midnight every day? I just want to make sure that
I
that's.
I have no problem with just talking people, you know, in a restaurant or anything. What I saw on there, which
And
alarmed
just
me.
to be clear, it's not in a restaurant, it's sitting outside in a courtyard.
Yes, ma'am. I can see the courtyard from there. I've talked to the people when the Balloon Group was back there. I had friendly neighborly issues that we dealt with together. So I've been back there. I know it. I know the space. I'm a theater guy, so I support the theater. I'm just worried about the amplification back there for my business, that I run from home, and just general sleep and peace and quiet. So I don't know how late they're going to run it. If it's a reasonable hour, I'd be more okay with it. If it's just conversations back there, people talking and drinking and not screaming or karaoke or anything like that, I'd be fine with it. But I just wanted to voice that as a person in the neighborhood. And to note, Astor Place, sometimes they block off that block there for street fair. Anytime there's a band there, it sounds like it's in my house. So something that was in a courtyard that I can see from my window, it would feel like it was in my bedroom. When Hamilton was running, when they would bring in the kids to see the Wednesday matinees, I could hear the kids from the sidewalk in front of the public screaming so it's like there's no way they could sound modify anything back there. It is an echo chamber back there. So anyway, I do wish you guys luck.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just going to say we have a number of letters that we got from residents at 430 Lafayette Street that have windows directly opening onto the courtyard and saying, actually, in a way, what was just said was that it's like an echo chamber in there and everything reverberates up from the slightest noise in that courtyard directly into their houses and bedrooms and everything else.
And we certainly hear the comments, and look, we'd love to work with you if this is at all possible, including no music whatsoever outside.
So the constant noise from patrons, service staff, kitchen operations, music would create an environment fundamentally incompatible with residential living. Residents would lose the ability to enjoy open windows, sleep undisturbed, or experience any peace and quiet in their own homes. It's not a minor inconvenience. It directly violates the basic expectation of residential tenancy. Our neighborhood is already undergoing dramatic commercial intensification that is disproportionately impacting residents. The block currently contains one existing restaurant, a theater, and a second restaurant in advanced planning stages. Adding courtyard dining to a residential building would complete the transformation of the block into a fully commercial 24-hour entertainment district. The residents at 430 Lafayette do not consent to living in what would essentially become a hospitality zone. They have, let's see. Yeah, that's one of them.
May I respond just to make sure we've been as clear as possible regarding the hours that we've put forth are the outer and back end of having pre and post show. The courtyard as envisioned would only be accessible to patrons who had purchased a ticket, and we only open the theater, which is where it's accessible to, 1 hour pre and post show. So
what are those hours?
It does. The reason we've put the outside boundary on it is because each show, which sometimes has a short-term rental, is different. But for example, if you had a 2 p.m. matinee.
But so at any time, I don't, it's going to change. So it's from 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. 7
Not
days a week.
continuously.
No, but those are, well, they could be waking up at 11 a.m. to people outside who are there for the 12 o'clock show, and those people would leave. And they might get some peace and quiet for 3 hours. And then at 4 o'clock for a 5 o'clock show, people will be out there again. And then after the 9 o'clock show, people will be back out there again. So on a rolling basis, 7 days a week, they will have people outside of their windows making noise and the service of food and the clanging of dishes and everything else.
I don't know if we've decided which dishes we're using yet, but yes.
Just if you, to speak to the menu, it's a limited menu.
I'm personally more concerned with the people because I've had restaurants in my neighborhood years ago that had 40 to 50 people outside with absolutely no music. It was somehow they didn't have music And the noise that came out of there bothered the people across the street on a daily basis. That was just people eating, maybe there were clanging dishes and you won't have that, but you are a courtyard. This was a restaurant that was on a street with an open garage door and people could hear it across the street. It wasn't in a courtyard that shoots sound up, it just contains the sound in it. And you're here with absolutely no plan to mitigate that sound. Not one, I understand you don't want to go through the effort of having a plan to mitigate the sound if somebody's not going to approve you having the eating out there, but how is anybody going to approve you having people outside everybody's bedroom window when you have absolutely zero plan for mitigating this noise to those residents that are all there? And it's an ancillary business. You know, when you were here last month, nobody had a problem with the liquor license for the theater at all. I mean, that was, you know, it's kind of like, yes, I think our conversation on that lasted all of, go ahead.
Yeah, no, on this also, are you applying for the right license class? Because are you applying for a legitimate theater license? Because what you just, or is it for an on-premise tavern? Didn't look.
So this application actually is a tavern.
Right, so what you guys just described is a theater operation, which is an hour before, an hour after, I believe. I don't know all the specific details, but you're not really open to the public in the way a regular business would be. So I'm just
good call with the open to the public, but the SLA does count that if you are able to buy tickets the day of the show, that you are considered.
Well, I mean, it just says you're using legitimate theater, and that's actually what the license is called. Right. So I'm just looking at that's a 373, the license on the.
This has, my understanding, it's we checked on tavern on premises liquor license, and that you know to talk about the food requirement is obviously less. However, there are restrictions with regard to access and opening up to interior spaces within the building and things like that. But we've, you know, if you look at the diagrams, we are eligible for a tavern license.
That's not what you put on your 30-day notice. What you put on your 30-day notice when it says type of establishment is legitimate theater or concert hall, which is why I looked up that exact thing to see what type of license. Yes.
Or the second 30-day notice?
Well, the second one, yeah, let's see. The November 18th one dated November 17th, we got it November 18th, where it says type of establishment, it says legitimate theater or concert hall.
Yeah. So I think that's somewhat of a semantic. I think it's somewhat a little bit of not semantics, but I think the harder one to get would be the tavern license, and I think we still qualify for that. But if there is an issue, I I certainly would like to. I want it to be absolutely correct, and the theater, if that's the one that should be, is more appropriate. Certainly happy to do that.
I can't answer that.
But I'd like to say, on behalf of the applicant, thank you for all this consideration. It's been decided right now to withdraw use of the.
Is that just for this? I'm just going to joke a little bit here, but is that just for this month?
Well, no. I mean, if we come up with, it's pretty amazing.
Because I thought when we did this last month, I thought we were at least okay with this for 6 months. So I just want to know.
I appreciate you saying that. And again, I'm coming to this a little bit later than my partners here. So thank you for your forbearance with that. And no, you will not be hearing from us. This was, or at least anytime this soon. This was an effort, really, we had some dates we were hoping to have both products online by, and this was a last timing that we would have been able to do that. We're clearly not prepared for that. So there's no reason really based on the seasonality of the space for us to pursue this for at least a few more months.
Okay, so you'll send the office an email saying that this one is being withdrawn and we have what we did last month, so
Yep.
just.
Yep.
Right. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
So now we're back to hyper interactive.
Okay, I know you have a long agenda.
So wait one
Oh,
second, just let
pardon
me get my numbers right here so I can go back to what we're, okay, go ahead, Max.
Okay, I know you have a long agenda. I appreciate the time you've given us. I'll try to be brief. You asked us to go out into the hallway to talk about 4 topics. One is to get you a clearer picture of the true maximum occupancy. The other is to talk about if there'd be background music or what the background stip would be outside of the game area. Third is to give you clarification on the 2 areas, the front area and the downstairs that are not part of the game area. Sort of how does that work? What's the flow of that? And the last is just to talk a little bit more about getting more specific with sound remediation. So number 1, occupancy. So the reason why our application to DOB and therefore to you and to the SLA says 140 maximum occupancy is because that is the result of the mathematical formula that our DOB experts used when factoring in all the things that they factor in to calculate a maximum occupancy. There was not adequate coordination between that set of professionals and me, frankly, in terms of how that would be perceived in the liquor license process. And so as is often the case, we are offering a stipulation to limit the maximum occupancy to something below what the DOB has. And we're proposing 80, and just to walk you through how we arrive at that, a show, the maximum number of contestants in a completely sold out show is 32 people, okay? And we have more than one show a night, okay? So if every single person from a completely sold out show stayed afterwards to have a bite to eat and a drink while a second entirely sold out show would take place, that's 32 times 30 or times 2, that gets you 64, okay? Plus about 10 staff at any period given time, so that's 74. We'd like, just for good measure, have 80. So
Add 2 more seats to the bar.
Excuse me?
There's only 6 seats at the bar you could add.
You're suggesting it. And we're sorry if there's ever any misimpression about that. It's never been the goal or part of the plan to have this be 140 people at any given time. As I hope we've demonstrated to you, it's a much smaller operation than that. Number 2, it's always been the plan, and we're just reiterating it here, that there will not be any, I think we've decided at this meeting to call it entertainment level sound. There won't be entertainment level sound, whether that's music or microphones or anything, outside of the game show area, which of course is sealed off. So that includes the lobby entry, that includes the downstairs. It's recorded background music only. Number 3, you asked for better clarity on sort of the flow of these different areas, and so here's that clarity. When you walk in, as you see on the floor plans, there's the lobby or the check-in area. So that and there's a bar there. So that bar doubles as the check-in. So when you come with your ticket on your phone or whatever it is, there's signage to go to the bar, which looks more like a check-in counter, to check in. Okay, people who come anywhere between 10 to 15 minutes early, basically. If you come less than 10 minutes early, you're just going to get sent right into the game show room. Okay, and you wait around for 10 minutes for the game to start. But if you're there like in this sweet spot of 10 to maybe 15 minutes early, we're not going to send you downstairs just to come back upstairs in 2 minutes. So you could sit in the lobby area, and if you want to have a drink, we'll serve you from that bar. Okay, that's what that area is used for. The downstairs area is for anyone who is coming for whatever reason earlier than, let's say 20 minutes early or something like that, and more commonly anyone who's staying after. Okay, that would be all in the downstairs bar area, which I do think is responsive to the concern, again, all about noise, because it is downstairs, totally subterranean, recorded background music only. And then the last thing, I just wanted to give you 4 highlights of very specific sound remediation measures, because again, you can reach whatever conclusions you want about sort of the conclusions of the sound study, but I do take Carter's point that it's good to be specific about exactly what we are proposing and stipulating to. So number 1, all speakers will be spring isolated, okay? Spring isolated, so which reduces vibrations that travel, okay? Number 2, 4-inch thick acoustical paneling installed, absorbent paneling. Number 3, 1-inch thick insulated glass doors on the glass doors that separate the game room from the lobby area. And by the way, that door doesn't open, except if someone has to go to the bathroom or something, during the game. It's again, it's like a movie. You once you go in, the whole thing is set up so that you just to stay there. So it's not like that door is constantly in motion. And the 4th is, as we discussed already, which is a concession we've made here tonight, a compromise, no subwoofers, therefore no bass sounds.
Sure, but let him come up to the microphone.
Once this liquor license is granted, is it transferable to the next prospective tenant?
No. Any tenant would have to apply for a new license, so it's not transferable. Yeah, it will be previously licensed, so that somewhat impacts if this is, I would say this is somewhat unique in what this is, which is if the committee were to consider recommending approval of this, would be part of the public interest of that is the uniqueness of this particular. Cormac?
So I have a question, but to that point, so in other words, if somebody comes like, oh, now we just want to put a bar or nightclub, we'd be like, yeah, before when we approved this, because it wasn't that, it was video games. So, Matt, sorry,
yes,
I'm tired. I appreciate your clarification on the numbers of people, but there were issues raised before about fire egress. Can you just speak directly to that? Is fire egress okay on this situation?
It is, and the reason it is that there's an easement that the building has for fire egress through the building behind us on Elizabeth Street that allows for unimpeded travel through to Elizabeth Street for an emergency egress. Did I say that right? Yes.
And I guess, what's the address?
Yeah, well, give the address of the Elizabeth Street address.
It's 294 Elizabeth, and
Okay.
there's a hallway that goes through that building. And in the deed for 302 Bowery, it shows the easement through the 294 Elizabeth space in the case of fire emergency.
Okay. We're not doing the back and forth. We're not doing this. Right. Okay, and then the other thing is there can we put a last time for the last show?
I'm sure we can.
Because they,
It would be the last one of the day would be 9 p.m.
and then 10 p.m., 9 p.m. and 10.
9
So
and 10,
9
yeah.
p.m. Sunday to whatever.
So 10 p.m. Friday and Saturday, 9 p.m. the rest of the days of the week.
Okay, does anybody have anything else? No, I think we're good. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Okay. All right, the next one is going to be Soho Grand Hotel. That is 310 West Broadway. This is a hotel license with the change in method of operation to add music to the courtyard. You can all exchange contact information and phone numbers out there. Anything new?
Do you need that one?
No, I don't need it.
Okay, Donald Bernstein on behalf of the Soho Grand Hotel. As you're well familiar with this hotel, we've been before you on a handful of matters over the years. I think the last time was relating to Gilligan's, which is the outdoor space, which is the subject of this application. So when we appeared before you, I guess it was 10 years ago now, on Gilligan's, one of the agreements we had was not to have music outdoors. I think that we would have liked to have had that at the get-go, but for a variety of reasons, we just let that go at the time. After operating now for 10 years, there's been a determination that it would be helpful for us for a number of reasons to have some quiet ambient background music in a portion of Gilligan's, not covering the entire space. In order to do that and ensure that it would not be a problem for residents, we have done two things. One is we've engaged with the owner of the building that is closest to us. What's the address of that? 385.
Canal Street.
385 Canal, and I believe he also lives in that building, to help us design a sound system. And of course, we hired Alan Firestein because there's nobody else to hire for something like this. And Al went out and did a comprehensive review. He had done some studies previously for the hotel. And I think the best thing to do first is to turn it over to Al to explain the testing that he did, because he went into the apartment at that building on Canal Street, the closest building, into the apartment on the top floor, which he'll explain is the most exposed to sound coming from Gilligan's, and conducted a sound test, and he can tell you the results of that. And then Lauren can talk to you, who's the vice president and general manager of the hotel, can talk to you more about how this is all going to work. Let me just take care of a housekeeping matter. We do have some petitions signed. I don't know if you got those. Are they attached to your? Yeah, they're attached, so you have them. Just wanted to point out that we have those. They're emailed and they're part of the questionnaire.
All right, I'm Al Firestein from Acoustalog. I did testing at the Soho Grand Hotel many times. The most recent one was this August. And I did testing from the top floor of the building that's directly south of the courtyard. Now, the courtyard is not a closed courtyard. It's very open. In fact, right next door is Canal Alarm Devices, a security camera and alarm store. That's basically very short because they had a fire, and so all the noise from Canal Street comes on there. So it's a lot of background noise from traffic, not only on Canal Street in both directions, but also from Avenue of the Americas immediately to the west, and a little bit of noise from West Broadway, but not that much. What I did was to test the sound level using a small speaker system that's supposedly going to be set up from Canal Hi-Fi, Jeff Kwan, and we're using small speakers. Now, unlike what I've been hearing all night, we talked about DBC rather than just dB or decibels. DBC is a way of measuring the sound that includes the bass. So when they say that 85 dB is the sound level of a restaurant, that's like saying I'm going to walk into Armani's and get a medium suit without getting fitted for it. The sound level is not only going to be controlled by having no subwoofers, but also going to be small speakers. I put in a very generous high level of initial sound to test, and I strongly suggest that I go in and I test on the second floor, third floor, fourth floor of the nearest building to make sure that the system is locked with a limiter, and that we check it and I verify it, and I can send a report to the community board or the SLA, whoever you want. And if you put that in the stipulations, it'll probably be the best guarantee that you have if they actually do it, and I hope they do. I'm not in control of that. I'm just the consultant, that it will not bother the people next door. The system that I tested is the same type of small speaker system that they plan to use. They're going to have a lot of speakers, higher, about 8 feet higher than the concrete floor, pointing down, but they'll be small. But the key thing is they're locked. They're locked to a sound level that will be acceptable, not only for the noise code, but for the residents as well. because the ambient noise, not just from the traffic that I already mentioned, but also from equipment that's in the backyard, refrigeration equipment, will tend to provide a nice masking noise. I haven't been in any of the floors of that building except for the fifth, the top floor. The reason I mentioned the top floor, because even though it's the furthest from the ground level, it oversees the whole area, which is, it makes up for the fact that it's not as close. Nevertheless, why not test in all? So if we get access to it, that's a good thing to do. And I'll take any questions that anyone has.
You tested at a higher sound level?
Yeah, I tested, you see in the report, I tested in a level 9 decibels louder. Oh, okay, if you haven't read it.
I don't know that everybody's read it.
Well, we had it, it was in your submission. So, I mean, hopefully.
Well, I tested at a higher level than they plan to use, which we have to test after the system is installed, which I always put in my report. And you'll see it right there on page 4, item number 5E. The system could be checked by testing in nearby apartments. But even using the higher level, almost twice as loud as what it was going to be, I couldn't hear it with the windows open on the top floor, looking directly down at the courtyard. So that's the goal, that's the plan. Okay?
Okay.
Before I turn it over to Lauren, what I just want to add is that if we can get access to other apartments in that building, and I think some of the residents are here so they can tell us, we will pay to have Alan Firestein go back and test in those units. And if he has to make adjustments to the limiter or the system, we'll do it. So I think it would be helpful if they're here, they have concerns or they're objecting, let us go into your apartment and we can come up with a possibly even a better plan.
Okay, so just, Donald, explain to me where the speakers are going, because you said it's not everywhere.
If I may, or Alan, do you want to speak to me? Well, there's a floor plan in the packet, if you see.
Yeah, but I also have a diagram on page 9 of my report. And it basically shows a lot of squares, and those are speakers, a lot of squares.
You know, when you first go into Gilligan's, that sort of entryway, no speakers there at all. So you have to go back further into it before there are any speakers.
So it's just in
Okay,
the
yep.
2 areas.
Yeah, it's in the air, okay.
I just want to say, Don, did you say further back in? No, it's actually further back out, because in is the narrow courtyard directly adjacent to West Broadway. That would be the worst place to have speakers. The better place is where it opens up and you get that noise coming right across the top of that low building on Canal Street, as well as from 6th Avenue.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay, Cormac?
And will that, in other words, reduce the amount of sound that carries out to West Broadway?
Well, nothing is going to carry out to West Broadway, nothing, because it's a narrow corridor. When sound goes into a narrow corridor and then opens up, it disperses in a way that you get a tremendous what's called an end reflection loss. It's a real thing. I'm not just making it up. So that's the reason why an air duct is very noisy when you put your ear to it, but as soon as you step back from it, it opens up into the room, the sound disperses, and it's like atomized.
Alan, I know you never make anything up.
I make things up. You just don't know.
Okay, my other questions are not for you, but more about the operation. So, but they are the sound. So the interior of Gilligan's, right, is approved for live music, entertainment level music, amplified music.
The interior of the hotel, not Gilligan's. Gilligan's is just the food and beverage outside.
The application the
We
application.
addressed for the entire hotel, just to give you.
About 4 a.m. inside in different
The
areas.
answers to the questions are not just limited to Gilligan's.
All right, okay. Because my concern was sound inside when doors open for people to come out to the space, leaking out.
Just talking to them.
Sorry. For Gilligan's, it's just our outdoor
courtyard to the south of the hotel, and we're proposing speakers to the rear of the space. The space is only open until 10 p.m. during the week and 11 p.m. on Friday and Saturday, and we would turn the music off 30 minutes before closure. There's no bass, there's no subwoofer or anything like that. It's purely just to try and create background ambient noise.
I have to tell you, for whatever it's worth, which is probably nothing, but the last time Donna's nodding. The last time I was at Gilligan's and I was by the bar, I said, there should be music here. It's just sort of like with the plantings, it just is sort of like a separate enclosed area space. Carter's laughing too. And forget it.
Right, I think, yeah, I could. Okay, I think we have people here from the public. Why don't I go to the public first? So,
Yeah, is it
yeah,
possible?
go ahead.
Hi.
I'm sorry, I'm not cutting you off. No, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Lauren. I have operated the property for the last 10 years.
So you're the manager of
I'm the GM of
okay.
that property, yes, and the Roxy. I have lived above Raoul's for the last 10 as well, so I'm a resident, and I've lived in the area for 15 years. Our goal is to continue to operate the Soho Grand, which is a big building, but as a small business, we're family owned, and I have created a great relationship with our neighbours and been available to all of our neighbours over the last 10 years at all involved. They have my cell, my email. So over this past month, we placed letters in the surrounding buildings for each apartment to let them know what our plans were, which I know there's a copy of that in the packet today. Ultimately, the community outreach was to 300 West Broadway, 383 Canal, and 385 Canal. We also placed the letter on the front of Gilligan's and also on the light posts on Canal and West Broadway. And the goal was really to engage anyone that may have concerns. I did receive a letter yesterday from the residents of 385 Canal, which is also where Jeffrey Kwan resides, as Don noted. We went to him to work with him for a background solution that will be placed on limiters, which I did invite Bob and Jess to be a part of setting that limitation. To ensure that it is not audible. At being residents of Soho, you want to be able to open your window, and I completely concur. However, the letter that I received from 385 noted that there's bass thumping until 4 a.m. from the second floor club. On the second floor, we have a club room, and it does go late. But over the last few months where we've spoken, particularly with Bob and Jess, I had not been told about that. Now, in the past, around 2015, 2016, we did have concerns raised about the sound, the bass bleeding through the wall, and we hired Alan, and he came in and sound attenuated the doors and the window and the wall. And then from there, we also have reports where we tested. So I had our security guard walk each night and take decibel readings and send an email at different intervals throughout the evening until the venue was closed, to ensure that they couldn't hear anything and that the decibel reader was reading under a set decibel that Alan had recommended. So I just wanted to note, for us, we want to ensure that this is background. It's hard limited by Bob and Jess if they want to participate. We want to turn it off before 30 minutes before we close. And our commitment to CB2 and the neighbours is to continue to have tests by an independent acoustic specialist to ensure that I remain available to any concerns 24/7, as I have been for the last 10 years, to ensure that we stay in a continuous dialogue with CB2 and always to pause or recalibrate if there are any concerns brought forward. To ensure also in 385's letter that they noted maybe the sound may travel up the kitchen vents. And we know that underneath Bob and Jess's bedroom is above the host stand at the entrance of Gilligan's, and underneath that are a number, about 6 compressors that sit at around 70 dB that ultimately also may travel noise. So we want to ensure that none of these things contribute. But again, to note, the speakers that we're talking about installing are at least about 30 feet away from this. So I also wanted to ensure that if we could, to test from the building, as Don mentioned, and to also note that in 2007 we did pay for all of the windows on that side of the building for the residences to have sound attenuated windows. So, and again, as I noted, to have the security patrols reinstated. So I'm here to make sure that we can do whatever we can. I'm here to be the neighborhood human being. We are serving people and we're serving our neighbors as much as we're serving our guests. And we want to be a strong community hub. So I'm committed to that. And I think over the last 10 years, I've demonstrated that. Thank you.
I'll go to the public now. So I have Jessica Chios. Chiasa? Yeah, no, go, yeah, Bob and Jess and Darlene Lutz.
So we're the neighbors in the
Wait,
second
just
floor.
wait 1 second.
Oh,
Go
sorry.
to the microphone, introduce yourself, and then go
Sorry.
ahead.
I'm Jessica Siosik. I live at 385 Canal Street, apartment number 2.
Okay, and speak to us.
And 10 years ago, when this all went down, it was sort of, we were the driving force behind this, because what we were dealing with, it's a narrow courtyard, the cement floor, brick walls, and buildings on this side. So all the music, everything was going up. They had concerts out there. They had music blasting till, 2, I don't even remember. It came into our oven vents. It came in through our windows. At the time, our children were quite young, going to school. We would go over and talk to them. It didn't matter. So we came to the community board, and I mean, we had days where the whole neighborhood was affected by the music that was played out there. It was down the street this way, down the street that way.
We
weren't
did
the
get to
only-
listen to Natasha Bedingfield, though, on our fire escape. That was down in the illegal Gilligan's area, but anyway.
So that's where the stipulations came from, was that conversation that we had in St. Anthony's many years ago. And so gratefully, the community board did enforce those stipulations, and the hours changed and the music went away and life got better. It's, we still live on Canal Street. We need that backspace as an oasis for us. And now recently, Soho Grand has decided that they want music back out there again. And we I feel like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's working fine for us. I don't want their music back in my living room. I don't want to not be able to open my windows. We already contend with people out there eating and drinking, but we get it. Like, that can happen. We also contend with the club, which was mitigated back in 2015. And we just live with that. I go on 311 and go, I can't sleep, it's 2 a.m. But, we sort of accept that as the life that we live for where we live. But this feels like a bridge too far. We've already gotten this shut down, and, I totally appreciate that businesses have to make money, but this is not their main business. They have a giant hotel, they charge handsomely for those rooms, they have a diner on the other side, they have a club that, as we've mentioned, that has a line out front. They're making plenty of money. They don't need that few more dollars that putting speakers out there that will impose themselves on our lives will bring into their bottom line. That's my point of view on it. And the last thing I'd like to add is, you can say that the 5th floor is the place that gets the most sound, but we live on the 2nd floor, and I can tell you we get a lot of sound from there. And I would also add that Jeff Kwan is the landlord of the building and also owns Canal Hi-Fi, and will get the contract to put those speakers in. So he's not, 10 years ago, he was standing up here with us, and you don't see him now, although his wife has been involved in our conversations. But, and I guess I have one more thing I want to say. That letter comes not just from me or from Bob and I, but from all the residents in our building. They couldn't be here tonight. Some of them travel quite a bit for work and stuff, but that's not just from us. Those, we collaborated on that, and those are the feelings of people other than just Bob and Jess.
And how many residents are there?
There are 4 apartments, so there's 3 in ours. Jeff has 5, 2 in the other, and 1 in the other,
Yeah,
right?
so 2, 3, 4, and 5 are the apartment. We each have 1 floor. And just to give you an idea, Bob Siosik,
Yeah.
by the way,
Go ahead.
Jess's husband. And to give you an idea of proximity and sound, this whole thing of like, oh, we're going to measure sound and all this measuring, we're talking about space. I'm not sure it's wider than this. The space between their wall, Gilligan's wall, this is the walkway. The walkway to the Gilligan's backspace is probably this big. Yeah, this is less than our space. Our bed is right where that guy's sitting. We cannot open our window. We can hear their conversation, even if it's mitigated and all that. It literally comes through our vents. The vents that go into our, the hood of our, stove. The other day, I'm like, oh, I'm going to record this for the meeting. It was literally the wind. The wind comes through as a sound in our vents. It's not the deli down beneath us, okay? The other thing, Jess is a writer, professor, works very long hours. We have one big, long, kind of open space apartment. The bedroom is the place that's kind of our workspace, like many New Yorkers. So, and I own 2 businesses. My son works for one of my businesses. He lives in our apartment too. So it's 3 of us. And when that backspace is taken, whether we're trying to think, whether we're trying to write, whatever we're trying to do, and suddenly we're like, oh, now we got to contend with that shit. You know what I mean? So it's enough of the sound is like the last of it. Like, we have to contend with so much in this city. And it's like, one more thing, I don't want to know what their playlist is. And I'm going to be able to hear it. I know it because I can hear the people. We've just tolerated all this stuff. So, again, we're against this. The other residents on the 3rd and 4th floor are both against it. Jeff's wife is against it. So, and they live together and are happily married. So I don't know what's going on up there, but.
And no one asked to test in our apartment as it related to that. No one asked. No.
Yeah, no, you guys didn't. You didn't ask. We would have said no anyway. If you want to,
give it a try.
if you want to come over tonight at about 1 a.m., you can come and give it a try. Let's do that. Thank you.
Darlene Lutz, go ahead.
Thank you again. Good evening. Good evening, Darlene Lutz, 80 Varick Street. So I want to give it up to Soho Grand because they're going to be celebrating their 30th anniversary in Soho this next year, 2026. So they have been a real stalwart in the neighborhood. But I've been there longer because I remember when it was built. And, it obviously has a history. And Jess and Bob, I know where they live. I know their home. I remember the days when I could hear the sound from Gilligan's or whatever was operating out there in my home. And that was one of my inspirations of really understanding how sound travels, how amplified sound travels, because I'm over, a block away from that. And, I have really been in the throes of, listening to playlists of outdoor spaces for probably longer than anybody else in CB2. Because of, what's across the street from me. But Gilligan's was a problem. That's why they came to the community board all those years ago. And, it's a hotel. It's a quite successful one. They have a very successful club going on. I personally really like Gilligan's. I have been there. I've patronized there. Because it's one nice space to go into and have a conversation, with the play, have a conversation, have a small group conversation, a little bite in the neighborhood. And we, as neighborhood residents, we're really, we're really not thought of. So, yeah, they have a lot of other entertainment spaces. Do they need this do they need the sound out there? I don't think so. So, thank you for your.
Okay, thank you.
I think the question I want to pose is, what if the residents can't hear it? What if a system is devised such and placed in a certain location in Gilligan's so that they cannot hear it? What would be the problem? The answer, it seems to me, is there would be no problem. That's the answer. So if Bob and Jess, I think right, would let us test in their apartment, Alan's telling me that's 10 minutes, a 10-minute access to their apartment. If we can demonstrate that it's not heard with them present, happy to have them involved in that testing. Let's see what the results are, and let's come back. Let's do the test. Let's come back.
No. No. I mean, okay, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, the reaction is, we all know how this works.
Wait, just do me one favor. You can react, just get to the microphone first and
We
then
all know how
react.
this works. You add sound to a space, it's gonna get louder. When it gets louder, people talk louder. That's just how it works. We don't need to do any testing. You guys operated an illegal bar or restaurant for like 9 years. That's why we came originally. We conceded this point that you could operate this place. And now that things are like, okay, oh, let's tack on music. No, the answer is no.
Well, we can't force ourselves into the apartment, so if the answer is no,
But
then
I
we
guess-
can't do it.
I guess
But
the-
that tells me something. That
Well,
tells.
no, what I would turn around and say, though, is that there are plenty of places, part of the public interest of this when it was granted was that there was no music there. That was it. And there is lots of, it's not as though there are not entertainment spaces within the hotel for people to go. This may just be a wonderful place where people can actually sit and enjoy themselves, as it sounds like people do, and not have to have music. They're surrounded by all the lovely plantings. They can be outside, they can enjoy themselves, but not have to have the music. And I will say that once there is music, people do talk louder because now there's the music. No music is that background. So I personally, I understand what you're saying, that, well, why can't they? Because, they can make it not heard. But I don't understand why every single place has to have music when you have all this entertainment on the inside, and this was part of the original public interest of this.
Because the people that are at Gilligan's are not inside, they're outside.
But
And
then
part of the ambiance.
But I would say part of the ambiance is also having someplace nice and quiet to be able to sit.
And if you
with
have a hotel with an outside courtyard, you can determine to do that. But Soho Grand would like to add to the ambiance by having quiet background music. That's a business decision that they would like to
And
make.
it was part of the public interest decision when they came initially to not have the music because they
was
have so
10
much
years
late
ago.
hours and music inside, but in 10,
That was 10 years ago, and it's not unusual for licensees to come back after a period of time. Sometimes you get it a year after they sign a stipulation and they want to change something. This was 10 years. This was 10 years. There have been no problems at Gilligan's.
No,
There have been-
I
hold on a
will say
second,
I
Donna.
have
Hold
311
on.
complaints.
There have been no problems. There have been no violations. There are none. They've operated it. Forget what happened 20 years ago. Whatever happened 20 years ago that was wrong, and it was 20 years ago, 15 years ago. For the past 10 years that they've operated Gilligan's, there have not been issues. There have not been problems. There have not been citations. There have not been violations. They've been operating it properly, and they want to add something, and they're going out of their way.
Please don't.
They're going out of their way to try to do this in a way that will not cause any disturbance to the neighbors. They're not looking for trouble. They don't want Bob and Jess and others calling them on a weekend or weekday and saying, we hear music. So look, if they won't let us into test, they won't let us into test. But that tells me something. And this business with sound and music is a science. So when you, Donna, or someone else says, well, make some comment about sound and how it can be heard, let's hear from someone that can give you the science. So I'd like you to speak to the point about voices being raised and that comment.
I'm just going to reiterate something that was already said, is when you put music in a space, people talk louder. I mean, they may not be able to hear the music.
Well,
I mean,
actually,
that's-
I found that if the music is low enough, people do not talk louder because they want to hear the music in the background. But if it's loud, they must talk louder. So there's a dividing line between yes and no. I found this, I've tested it in many restaurants, including Tavern on the Green,
Not doing the back and
Chanterelle, et
forth.
cetera.
I'm just going to say one thing. I understand.
I have an idea.
No. You can leave.
I have an idea. There's the third floor, there's the fourth floor. Maybe they'll give me access. Be very simple, very quick test, and we'll set it, and I can stipulate and I can write reports to you. One of you can come with me. I remember years ago, we went to a hotel that was being built on Renwick Street, and no one from the community board believed that the wall that we were building on the north side of the roof was going to stop sound from going over just to the north to the building next door. So I said, yeah, it will. Let's demonstrate. So we all went up in this crazy, in the middle of a freezing night in the winter, in this crazy temporary elevator. And I showed you, and you all agreed, you're right, it didn't go over. I know what works and what doesn't. I do want to show you something, though. You take a look at this. You see the circle. That's Bob and Jess's 4 vents. I can design a system, which I think my clients will be willing to pay for, to block the noise of any music or voices and wind from coming in their vents. Very simple, and still allow the vents to work properly. It'll help them out. That's a win-win. So maybe they'll take us up on it. I think that's a great thing to do. Here, take a look at this.
Okay, does anybody else have anything? 'Cause I don't have any. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
What?
We also, some of us, I don't know if anybody else on the committee did tour Gilligan's.
You did, yeah.
At the time, yeah,
Thank
so. And we also did see, just so everybody knows, it's very close, the space we're talking about. There's some pictures in the background of the application as well of how close the units are, so.
Okay. All right, the next application is going, what else do we have? Is going to be Marlowe Table LLC, 334 Bowery. It's on premise for restaurant. I think we have somebody here. Does he use the speaker card?
As long as you get the petitions that we submitted today.
You submitted them into the.
We did.
Yeah.
So if you have, then you'll have that. May I go ahead, Donna?
Yes, you may, thank you.
So good evening. My name's Mike Paludis. I'm an attorney. I'm here this evening on behalf of Marlowe Table LLC. This is an application for an on-premises license at 334 Bowery. I am joined this evening by Elaine Marlowe and Ronan Conlon. You have both of the principals here. This location's been licensed since, I think, 2017, maybe even a few years earlier than that. Most recently, the premises was operated as Casa Bond with stipulated hours of closing 12 a.m. Sunday to Thursday, 1 a.m. Friday and Saturday, and opening at noon all days. Our client also will open at noon, but is seeking slightly later hours, 2 a.m. closing. The establishment will undergo significant renovation and rebranding. A trade name has not been established or decided upon, but it will be a food-focused restaurant and bar concept. Indoors, they'll offer 24 tables with 56 seats and 12 seats at one customer bar. They will not operate in any outdoor areas. They will have background music only, no DJ, no live music, no dancing. And our client has done significant outreach. Earlier today, we submitted more than 50 signatures in support of the application, including 14 from residents within 334 Bowery, within the proposed licensed premises. We've also submitted a letter of support from a neighbor who lived directly above Elaine Marlowe's recently closed establishment called Cask. Peter Holmberg has generously sat for the evening. He's still here, and I believe he'll say some words after we're finished here. So this location's had a significant amount of turnover over the course of the last 10 years. Elaine and Ronan believe that they are going to succeed here. They've done well in their other locations. They feel like they believe they can make this concept work in this location. They're seasoned operators. Elaine has been operating as an owner for 21 years. Before that, working in the industry in New York City as a bartender and server. Ronan has been operating for slightly longer than that, owning and operating for 26 years, and has been involved in a large number, how many establishments? Probably 6 or 7. Right now, operating only at the Bank Cafe and Bar Bonobo, where Elaine is also an owner. We'd ask you to support the application. We're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay. So are there plans for soundproofing or any?
There are, and they will engage a sound engineer, and they will follow the recommendations of a sound engineer. They have not done that yet because they do not have a lease signed, but that is something they will absolutely do and stipulate to.
Are you guys going to gut or remove the ceiling, or are you going to do extensive work, or are you going to be taking the space as it is?
Well, we will probably have to do something with the ceiling just to soundproof, but in regards to,
I mean, it's built out,
Built,
and there's been multiple
It's gonna be
restaurants.
about
I mean,
consent.
presumably that's why you're interested in the space,
Yes.
right?
They are going
So
to
what is that?
they are going to have to do work in the ceiling. I would suspect for soundproofing purposes. And if there are other recommendations made, they will follow those recommendations.
Okay. There are French doors, right?
Their French doors are accordion, but they're existing. It's
Right,
What's
so-
what's there now?
So those would close at
At
10
a-
o'clock or?
Sure. Yep.
And so I'm going to go to the 2 a.m. Why the 2 a.m., 7 days a week? I mean, is there any flexibility in that? It's, it's,
well, we would like to do just have the flexibility of having 2 a.m. We may not stay open to 2 a.m. every night, but we would like to be able to serve a late night full menu restaurant style. It wouldn't involve any DJs or loud music or anything like that, but we'd like to be able to have the opportunity to do business 7 days a week till 2 a.m. if possible.
The bar itself is not a large bar. It's I think there are 12 stools at the bar.
Right.
It's not a long bar. It's a short bar.
it's just generally speaking, people, I mean, restaurants don't usually stay open until 2 a.m. Yeah, go ahead.
So we do have a lot of connections between theater, hotel industry, and service industry people. You're correct. A lot of restaurants do close at 11 o'clock, but they also want to go somewhere to eat. They don't always want to eat where they sleep or where they work. But so I operate Bank Cafe. I serve food till 1:30, 3 nights a week, and it's a major component of what I do. So we do cater to that industry. We're not looking for 4 a.m. license. We're not looking for 3, but 2 would be good.
I mean, Donna, some restaurants do stay
Yeah.
open until 2. I think there was a
No.
restaurant here earlier tonight. I know
Yeah,
they have a
no,
Michelin
no.
star, but I think that, they were asking for a 2 a.m.
Yeah, I mean, nobody's survived at this location, so I think we should really talk about, are you going to be able to survive doing business at the earlier hours? And you're already talking about the late night hours. We already have objections from people in your building with respect to those hours. And I mean, I think that's always something you can always come back to if you actually have that business. But
We will open for lunch, but we do feel like it is difficult to do business in this in the city as it is, and that at nighttime it is where we make most of our money. And it would just give us more of an opportunity to make the business work.
Carter, Ronan and Elaine have been operating successfully in the city for a long, long time. So they are seasoned operators.
We had seasoned operators in this location.
Well,
We had one of the most successful pizza guys from Naples come in here, didn't work. We
hard to
had a
make money
guy
selling
that has,
pizza.
I think, 5 or 6 other restaurants, didn't work. And then, I don't know if these last guys were availing or whatever it was, but Casabond was there, they didn't work.
Right.
It's
hard to make money selling pizza, and they are asking for a 2 a.m. license because they are going to sell alcohol, and they're going to have a bar
And
trade.
people don't eat that late anymore. I mean, that's just what it is. I mean, that's the concern, and that's what the residents' concerns was. That was the residents you heard before. I mean, the stretch here is okay with having eating and drinking uses earlier, but as they drift later, that becomes a problem. And if the person upstairs from you objects to it, person above that objects. So I mean, these are, and they're objecting on the hours, not that there's a business there.
Right. But there were
So-
14 residents in the building that are supporting the application.
Okay. But we're concerned about the ones that have
did
an
they-
issue
did they-
are impacted.
Was there any indication as to the hours that they?
Yeah, well, nobody's ever operated here until this hour. I mean, I don't need to discuss it anymore. That's,
Well, I would just say even the one, we have a letter from people that support the issuance of the liquor license, but again, the 2 a.m. closing 7 nights a week is concerning. Yes, what the previous operator had, 12 midnight and 1 a.m.
So there may be some flexibility, but not to 12 and 1. I think.
Well, why don't you, just tell us what the flexibility would be? Because I think what you're hearing, is the 2 a.m. is a bit of a stretch, especially 7 days a week from what?
Could we possibly do Sunday, Monday, Tuesday till 1, and then Thursday to Saturday 2?
Sunday to Wednesday to 1. And it originally had DJs written, the first 30-day notice had DJs on it.
That's one extra hour beyond what the last license.
But I think what my concern is what is going on later in the evening, because people aren't eating as late.
There won't be any DJs. They'll stipulate
Doesn't
to not have any DJs.
Also, if we sit the last person at 11 o'clock to eat dinner, it's about an hour and a half to eat dinner, so that would bring you to 12:30, 1 o'clock at night.
Okay, so that would be 1 o'clock Thursday to Saturday and 12 o'clock Sunday to Wednesday. You're right.
But I think what Elena's saying, she'd like to
No,
be able to
I
host them for a
understand
drink
what
after
she's saying,
dinner.
and I'm saying what I'm saying, so is anybody else from the community? Well, go ahead.
I just, would be remiss if I didn't put in the record, everybody in this committee knows, which is that everybody comes in here looking for late hours, says it so we can help the people who are in restaurant industry and in theater and things who want to go late. It's like we hear that all the time. There are plenty of places open late. It's just not a compelling rationale for me as to why we'd allow late hours at this location where it doesn't otherwise make sense, personally.
Just, I know everyone's talking about people's eating habits, but like from experience, the lunch trade is dead in Manhattan in many areas at the moment. Since COVID, with people working from home, especially if they're working from home Monday and Friday, if they do go into work those 3 days, they're not going out to lunch. They're having lunch at their desk. So that daytime trade no longer exists for huge parts of the city. And I think you probably know that. So if we are to operate a proper kitchen under limited hours, that day trade doesn't exist. And I think you know that in the Bowery. So Where are you going to do the
I
food
think the
truck?
concern is just that the later hours is the hours don't reflect the restaurant. I mean, because people are not eating at 12 o'clock at night for the most part.
I can
And
testify
the
that
one
they don't.
place I go to often gets very busy at 12 o'clock at night because I'm sitting there after this, and if I get there early enough, which is not happening tonight, I get to eat. But and local other people, when they get off duty, they come in there, and they're not sitting, they're not looking to eat, they're looking to have their after dinner drink with people and hang out. And that's what happens at 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning, more so than somebody coming in to get a meal. And I think that's my concern is that the later hours, and that's what will happen, Carter.
Yeah, it's going to say a majority of the restaurants can serve a little later here, and none of them do. And many of them have deep connections to every imaginable trade group. So you're coming to something that everybody has tried and can extend their hours to service if there actually existed. And that's really the reality in this area. If you go to the bars in the area that have a kitchen, their kitchens close earlier. They could keep their kitchens open earlier, later very easily, and they don't. And I live in this immediate area, I can tell you that. And so it's not, it's not really a bill that they will come, it already exists, but nobody has found that there are enough patrons to keep their kitchen open. As you guys know, it costs a lot more now, right, than it did not that long ago. So the critical mass isn't there. And this area, you need to focus on getting customers, let alone the late night customers, because it's a very strange area in that the foot traffic is seemingly should be there. It isn't. Most of it's over on Lafayette, at this point. So it's a very unique stretch that doesn't have a lot of foot traffic. So, and like I said, other restaurants all around you could stay open later, and the bars that have full kitchens as well. So.
We don't have, I mean, this is, they're looking to operate a bar and restaurant and bar. And, they've given some flexibility in the hours. I think that's
Okay,
as much
you've
flexibility
been
as
sitting here, would you like to speak? Because, okay, go ahead.
Please.
And, if I misplaced your speaker card.
My name is Pete Holmberg. Sorry.
Okay.
My name is Pete Holmberg. Thank you for your service. I've never been to one of these before. I've heard about them.
It's a fun night, isn't it?
Fun night. This is it. Okay, I've lived in my apartment. I'm the rent stabilized tenant who landlords hate. And I've been in my apartment since 1995. I'm 59 years old. I am the sitting duck who's like, when somebody's coming in. So I moved in 95, and there was 3 restaurants before Cass. There was Emilio's, Bilou, and Trio. They were nightmares. They had great hours. They could have easily sailed through here, because it was like 10 o'clock. Didn't matter. Believe me. There was no outdoor space, but they were just nightmares. The building was not in any way soundproofed. If there was parties, they lied about when they were. It was a lot of. Someone used the phrase bad actors. I had 3 bad actors in before Cass came, and then Cass came in 2009. I'd gotten sober. I still don't drink. In 2008, and I was terrified of a bar. I was like, oh no. The hours. Was it like 4 or something? We had 4 a.m. Yeah, they had like 4. They were, so they were like, I'm like, oh, this is going to be a nightmare. It's been a nightmare with these 3 restaurants. This is going to get so much worse. And I went nuts on these people. I was not nice to them. Hi, Ronan. But they did all this stuff, and they made these promises that you really can't maintain. They can't keep them to you. They promised it to me, and they kept them. And I was a nightmare. But they, my floor, I've always wanted carpeting, and I got it. And I got like an acoustic membrane, and then the carpeting, and they did that. And then there was the door. They said, the sound engineer came in who was really good. They hired someone really good. And, there'd been like a piano 6 feet from my couch before with nothing in there. They soundproofed the ceiling. They hired a really good guy. He came in, he did a really good job. They were just really good neighbors. It's, people do go in there and eat all the time. It's like, I've been there late, and it's a nice neighborhood place. They're good people. They're dependable. They're normal. It's just a good vibe. I do not hang out in bars, but I did go there. I brought boyfriends there to screen, and they would give some harsh advice at times, but it was right. You were right about him. I mean, these were neighbors, and the air conditioning unit sucks in the building. It's horrible. It's like, and so it's just this whole. So I think that's why they ended up leaving, and I missed them. But I empathize with everyone who got up here and had noise. I'm like, oh my God, that's me, and I'm here speaking on behalf of someone. But these are good guys, and I don't do this. I have no financial interest in Cask. They're out of the building. The landlord could never evict me, so I have no. There's no benefit here, except I really, they just really came through for me. And I have a very special affinity for this woman. So when she asked me to come and sit in a community board meeting until potentially 11:30 p.m. on a Tuesday night.
You're getting out early.
I'm like, okay, there's certain people you do this type of thing for, and that's why I'm here. So do you have any questions for me on how they work?
I don't have any questions. I think they seem good. I mean, you
Okay,
said they're
good. Thank you.
Okay.
in front of this committee. We even in July, he appears to have no real objection to the extension of hours. He asked whether Dan could provide some sort of guarantee that the limitation on the sound would continue, which Dan did, and we submitted that to you as well. That was given to all the residents in the building. We've notified several block associations which have either returned no comment or not responded, and I have submitted to you those notifications as well. There is no DJ at this establishment. There's no live music. There's no dancing. It's background music only. That will continue and remain. Look, our client has spent the last 3 years working cooperatively with the residents. He enjoys a very healthy relationship with them. He's in contact with them regularly. And I think he's proven to be a responsible and respectful operator. And he's here asking for an extension of hours. And for these reasons, we would ask that you support the application.
Just one question. The two people you're saying in the building.
In Unit 4.
In Unit 4
both in
are
Unit
in
4.
the packet, right?
They're in the packet.
Okay, so
They
the
are.
one thing, I just want to say the one thing they said was 3 a.m. Thursdays through Saturdays. So just asking that question.
Yeah, I think we resubmitted the hours that we had originally applied for in 2022, but I think we'd be very happy with 3 a.m.
Okay, so, okay, and then we also did hear from Kim Do, who said that as long as you're going to agree to that email that is in the packet, and that he also sent to us with all the sound mitigation, that he was fine with it. We did, yeah, he was, he wasn't thrilled, but he wasn't.
Yeah, I'd just like to stress that it's come a long way from there.
He's come a long way, a long way.
Obviously, Gatsby's was there for 18 years, and they had terrible issues, so I think that they assumed we.
And I do think you got off, if I recall, there was a little bit of a rocky start with some of the construction issues.
Yes, I think it's a mark of both of us that we have kind of got along.
You're getting along. So I am just going to say, we did get the Friends of Petrosina Square is opposed to the expansion of hours. The application seeks a steep climb and late night partying in a building made up of surrounded by tenement residences, buildings whose walls and windows are thin, impervious to noise, and they're concerned that this all but maximal extension into the wee hours would be brutal for surrounding neighbors. It would also normalize maximal hours in an oversaturated area. There's only one exception I'm aware of, Spring Lounge and Shack Bar at 48 Spring has scaled back the 4 a.m., 3 a.m., and even 2 a.m. party houses to more reasonable hours. So that I just want to read out that.
Donna, can I mention that the petitions, the signatures that were gathered, many of them are meaningful. There are multiple signatures at 55 Spring, 57 Spring, 52 Spring, 21 Spring, signatures at 48, 51, 54, and 45. So, you know, the petitions were collected with some care and thought. Those are neighbors.
Okay.
And I believe we reached out to the Friends of Petrosina Square. I'm just looking, but I didn't hear back.
Yeah, I mean, they don't like it, right?
We invited, we would have loved to have met with them. We invited them to meet with us. That wasn't, we didn't receive a response.
And we also heard from residents at 285 Lafayette Street about just the later hours. because they live next door to nightclub Gospel at 281 Lafayette Street, and they face outrageous street noise, music, DJs, bouncers till 5:30 in the morning, and so they don't. Please do not extend the hours of any more establishments on the block until an urban planning design can be figured out about what to do with our neighborhood. Just increasing the noise and mayhem without solving any of the current problems would only increase the breach of our rights. So I just want to acknowledge that we did get those 2 letters. Does anybody from the committee have anything? No. So so it's 1 a.m. Tuesday, 2 a.m. Wednesday, and 3 a.m. Thursday to Saturday? Yes. Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Very much.
Okay. I think you're up. 490 LaGuardia LLC, on premise for a restaurant, sidewalk and roadway, C11. Right, I've gone through everything. There was no one here from the public to speak on mansions, correct? Just making sure, okay. I didn't ask though, so.
We submitted today things.
Okay, so I'm gonna pause it was today.
Let me know when you're ready, Donna.
Go right ahead.
Okay, hello again, CB2, Max Bookman, Pazetsky and Bookman PC, counsel for the applicant. With me is John Neidick and Craig Atlas. They are partners in Golden Age Hospitality, which has many bars and restaurants in Manhattan. Name a few: Monsieur, Duchat's, Lucy's, Elvis, several others. This is a transfer application concerning the location formerly known as Morgenstern's. We are returning this premises to a restaurant, as it was for many years, as a place called Silver Spurs, which was known and loved in the neighborhood. In more recent years, it was Morgenstern's Ice Cream. Morgenstern's is going out of business, has gone out of business. We've purchased their assets. We've filed an application with the Liquor Authority, and therefore it's a transfer. John, he has licenses in your neighborhood. You know him, but just a slight piece of background. He is a native New Yorker. He's involved in the community. He's a member of Manhattan Community Board 3, and is pretty much only opens businesses in Manhattan. I think he's got one in Brooklyn. So for those who were not familiar with the Morgenstern's location, we're talking about the northwest corner of LaGuardia and West Houston. This place has had food and beverage uses going back to 1996. That's what your resolutions say. I don't know if it goes back further, but 1996 is a pretty long time. It's 2 frontages that were combined. There's what what this community board has called a south frontage and a north frontage. Both have had food and beverage uses for a long time. So the south frontage is what was Silver Spurs historically, and then Morgenstern's. The north frontage
Are there people who live above in that corner, or is that just
Residential building,
commercial?
Yeah, so yes, it's a
There are
residential
residential above.
building. Yes,
Okay.
it's a rental building, so there's no,
Right.
you know, it's often easier to get in touch with condo and co-op buildings because of the board.
Sure.
Residential buildings, it's hard, and we
Right.
try, but
So
you know, we
you
can't.
did outreach, but nobody talked to you.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we got one email from a member of Bombers Board, Judith Callett, and it's not that long. So there was no community outreach. The Bomber Board wasn't even aware of this application. Unfortunately, I'm not able to attend tonight's meeting. I spoke with resident chair Mark Fiedler, and he is not able to attend. Knowing the area, there is great concern about the hours, music. There are 2 walls of windows, the size of the sidewalk cafe. It is a very busy site, and especially the roadside tables. Sound travels up. May I ask you to forward my concerns to the committee? Okay.
Can I just say, I mean, we included in our package to you the email we sent to the BAMRA email address that you put in your most recent, outreach the list. Thank you. So, we tried.
So I have a few things. One, the 2 a.m., 7 days a week is a concern. And then one question. So how, to the northern part of the restaurant, how do you get to that? Do you walk around?
No, it's connected. I can address it. It's internally connected.
Mhm.
And you could see on the diagram how it's connected, and I could walk over to you if you want me to.
The kitchen
show
is
it.
closed off?
Yeah,
Is
that kitchen is closed off.
Okay, so then the walkway is in front
around
of
it,
the
and it's-
kitchen to the,
Yes, and it's very much going to be designed as a front of house hallway. You're not going through some sort of back corridor.
Okay.
It's connected.
okay. And then the service to all of these seats outside how is that done? Is that done from the interior or the exterior?
Your
And
question
not
is, are we
because you
gonna
have
serve-
folding door, it's accordion doors.
Right.
Are you serving the seated patrons on the sidewalk through the accordion doors, or you're serving them on the outside,
Either. If you mean on the outside, you mean on the
Sidewalk.
pedestrian walkway? No.
No, no, I mean in your sidewalk
Yes, in the sidewalk,
cafe,
yes,
not
yes.
through though,
Yes.
okay.
So I thought you were asking me a trick question.
No, I wasn't asking you a trick question, Max.
Yes, within
I
the
know
boundaries of the sidewalk.
that would, no. Okay, so there's 64 seats inside, 22 tables, I believe, and 47 seats, and a bar with 17 seats, so that's, if I did my math right, either 64 seats inside.
Yes.
And then we have now 98 seats outside. I'm just speaking for myself here. I don't know what the committee has to say, but this seems crazy to me. I'm just being quite blunt. Sidewalk outdoor seating used to be an accessory to an interior space. This is 30% more seats if I'm outside than it is inside. I don't even know how, I mean, and you have 2 bathrooms. So essentially you have seating for 162 people with 2 bathrooms. I don't know if, I mean, I guess you're outside, so maybe it doesn't impact the certificate of occupancy, but I'm just going to say that this seems absurd to me. It just seems so over the top with outside seating there, where people complained about Morgenstern's with 32 chairs is what I see in reading our past resos. I never, and I don't even know how these tables and chairs fit in the dimensions of, with 3 deep, so 3 wide with 7 feet and 5 inches. But I'm just almost insulted that you're putting more of the restaurant outside in the public arena and everything than you are doing inside. And that's the late hours and that are my largest problems with this, before getting into any minutia details about when the doors are closing or anything like that. And when you when I looked at your resubmitted plan, there's more seats than there were with the originally submitted plan. So I was already kind of like, what? And then after today, I was like, even more so.
So if I'm hearing you right, and listen, we wanted to hear your feedback, and so thank you for the feedback. If I'm hearing you right, basically the issues are hours and not necessarily the idea of a sidewalk cafe, because of course,
There's always been a sidewalk cafe, and the issue has always been with the sidewalk cafe that people complained about it being, it's a busy, sidewalk as it is, and so people were already complaining about the minimal sidewalk cafe. So I can only imagine the impacts of this sidewalk cafe plus the roadway now on Houston Street. I mean, really. Yeah, it's like, do we really need to put 3 tables on Houston Street when, but just the attitude of it is what, I'm honestly going to say the attitude of it is what really upsets me here.
What's the plan? There's no attitude. I mean,
Well, no, it's like eking out every square inch of space you can possibly eke out.
I mean, that's the nature of it. We try to
No,
eke out as much as we can
the
eke
nature
out.
used to be a little bit of sharing the outside with the other people that use the outside for all the other uses of the outside. And this one, to me, I think I was.
Okay, all right. We were not trying to insult you.
I mean, this is, in this area, this is the most extreme over-the-top restaurant there would be. I mean, there's a restaurant on the corner of Bleecker and LaGuardia. It's so modest compared to this. You say a few people live in the building upstairs. It's all residential. I mean, there's a big, tall building right across the street. That is a building that is filled with mostly older residents. I mean, I'm sure if Dr. Smith were here today, she would be representing that. She lives there. So this is what you call a transformative business coming in to this spot. So you're going from an ice cream parlor, which people came and complained about because so many people were outside, to the biggest outdoor restaurant in the entire area, and you're presenting it as if it's nothing with the longest hours. So to us, that when Donna says, the attitude, I mean, this is staggering.
Okay, I'm hearing you, Susan. So, I mean, I guess 2 things. Number one is, when having read your prior resos on this, we thought the plus factor for this application is because you were opposed to Morgenstern's, which was an ice cream parlor, was bringing this back to being a restaurant as it had been. I understand it's not Silver Spurs, and there's differences for sure, but there was a great deal of your resolution for Morgenstern's was the concern about basically eliminating a restaurant and turning it into an ice cream parlor plus one with liquor. And so we do see that as a plus factor. It's been a long night, and so let's just get down to it. If the concern is over the number of seats we have there, then let's talk about reducing the number of seats. It is our philosophy with the DOT diagrams to try to get every inch of space that we can get. I heard your feedback. I'm going to keep that in mind from now on, but that is the philosophy. But I'm hearing what you're saying, and it's not unreasonable, and John and Craig are not unreasonable, and they've negotiated with this board before and other boards. So we can reduce the number of seats in the sidewalk cafe. We can also talk about the roadway cafe as well, and potential reductions there. And we could also talk about hours.
Were you able to find the full board meeting where they heard this license?
The SLA
for
full board
Morgenstern's?
meeting
Yeah.
For Morgenstern's?
Yeah.
See, that is a trick question, Carter.
Yes, exactly, because the license was issued in error. The license was issued in error.
Yeah.
Right?
Wasn't my application.
No, right. And I just bring that up because the concerns that different people had raised and other things were never discussed. And Silver Spurs is a great restaurant. I went there many, many times. I went there for brunch a lot. They had great pancakes, French toast, that kind of stuff. But it wasn't a destination location. You're going to open a destination, well-run establishment, and it's going to be very busy, and it's going to have a significant impact. And I think it would be remiss not to talk to the neighborhood organization in this case. And they had reached out to us. I think they want to meet with you. I don't think anybody's saying, no, there can't be a restaurant here, but there's a lot of issues, and it's probably better that they're resolved beforehand, especially the impact on the outside, because that's a monster impact than what was previously there. I mean, it's 3 times the number of seats outside. That's what you're going to hear from across the street, the big buildings, all the people can hear everything. It's always been an issue with the sidewalk cafes on LaGuardia because of all the tall buildings, and where you have Silver Towers, and you can hear everything up through these whole sides of the buildings. I've been up to people's apartments to hear it myself. So sorting that stuff out is what really I think needs to happen first, even before us, because negotiating with us is not going to,
Yeah,
you
and look,
know,
I don't
so-
know what happened with the email. I mean, we sent the email to the address that you told us to send it
Yeah,
to.
yeah, okay. I mean, but
No,
this is the
so I mean, we can try.
application, I'm just pointing out, I think you've heard from everybody else, this is an overwhelming application. I'm not so sure whatever is discussed, it's going to get to a very good place, and everybody's going to, without hearing from the residents, is sort of a starting point. And BAMRA is much more accommodating than almost all other residential groups in the area. I'm just saying that they're very accommodating, but they haven't met with you guys to really understand the issues. And just to the other point, I mean, with Dr. Smith, she has a lot of issues with just the sidewalk, being able to walk down it, you know, just all these different issues. It's a lot of stuff going on over there. I just think for us trying to sort this out is a little complicated. And it's just the fact that people weren't able to be heard before is what is the main thing, because none of these issues were
Yeah, look, we
hashed
don't
out,
want you
so.
to feel rushed by us. I mean, you know, we filed with you.
Nobody's saying you did anything wrong. It's just that the facts create a pretty complicated situation where you have more seats outside than inside. I mean, that's a unusual. There's a handful of places where that's the case in our community board, and generally generally those spaces are because the storefront itself is not that big, and there's some anomaly on the sidewalk. This is huge just with the sheer number. There's only one other one I can think of, which is on Hudson Street. I don't, you know, that one that's. So,
Yeah,
you know.
so listen, we're going to put something on the table, okay? I don't want you to feel rushed. If you want us to talk to BAMRA, we'll talk to BAMRA, okay? But, okay, we can put on the table, I mean, again, we thought there'd be people here, we thought it'd be, you know, okay. On the hours of operation, you know, we wanted 2 a.m., we wanted feedback on that. We can come down on the hours, okay? So, you know, we could do, for example, you know, 1 a.m., 7 days a week. You know, you tell us what makes you comfortable. Okay. On the sidewalk cafe, I mean, again, we tried to pack it in. I get it. We could, you know, we can reduce it. So here's how we could reduce it. We can take the sidewalk cafe down to 40 seats. Okay. That's down from the 66 we're proposing to. Sidewalk cafe down to 40 seats. And the roadway cafe, we can eliminate the roadway cafe on Houston Street and have the roadway cafe on LaGuardia be 20. So, you know, what do you think of that? Right?
Obviously, that's not a bad start, but the thing that I really am interested on the input on are the hours for the outside. And that's going to be the
We agreed to your
changing
regular
part.
stip on the outside
Okay,
hours.
it's 10 o'clock. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't know. I mean, that's,
Yeah.
because I just, BAMRA might be more accommodating. I'll just tell you that. Okay.
I mean, and the, no, well, I need to, you know, we're only ever honest and transparent with this committee. You need to know that we filed with the SLA, okay? Oh, we had to, and so.
Transfer,
so,
right?
You know, and
Yeah.
so you typically, when you ask people to put things over, you say, well, don't file with the SLA. So you need to know that if you want us to put this over to talk with BAMRA, we have filed.
And so we may. But it's factual. I mean, it is threatening, but it's factual.
No,
It
yeah,
means-
no, I'm not
it- I
trying to
mean, you're
threaten.
not
No,
trying
no.
to, but that's what you had to do because of the transfer.
Yes, exactly. No, I was just saying it on the, you know, getting your voice heard at the 500-foot here. Like, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
We'd
we'd
like-
rather we'd rather stay at 1 o'clock, and for sure, and we're happy to not go to the block association, even if they'd be more accommodating and just be on good terms if you guys are okay with.
Yeah, I mean,
If we do this and then you go to them, and then we can, if there's a problem, they can always come back to us.
And we can still go to, I just want to be clear, we can
Right.
go to BAMRA. I mean, you know,
Right.
try to get in touch with them again and go to them. And that could be a
Right.
stipulation. I'm just, you know, in terms of adjourning it, I just wanted you to know about
Right,
the filing.
okay. So 1 AM, 7 days a week on the inside, 10 PM
Mhm.
on the outside. Sidewalk is down to 40 seats.
Yes.
And the roadway is down to 20 seats, which I'm
Yes.
just.
And no.
Sidewalks just on LaGuardia, so.
Sidewalks just on
It's-
LaGuardia.
But you have those two tables, by looking at your diagram,
Yeah.
I wasn't, because it looks like those last two tables, well, I would consider them on LaGuardia, Max, but I think you wrote them out when I did the count. You're writing it, the ones that are the furthest south. You have it written in our addendum as being two tables on West Houston.
No, because there are two
There
tables
are-
on West Houston, but we could
take
take
them
those
off.
out. You see, can I come over there?
Yes, of course. I don't think I bite.
I'm used to, record here.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm sorry, I'm not.
I'm used to that stuff. Okay.
See, these are the ones I figured are the ones you meant on Houston.
We gave you updated plans.
Oh, well, here, I'm looking at it. Oh.
Two tops equals 4. So we're saying, so as part of our reduction, it's eliminating.
So there will be nothing on Houston Street. It will all be on LaGuardia.
Correct.
Okay. And just for the record, Max, I think this is much more reasonable of what I would expect. I mean, it's a little bit more than what was there before, plus the roadway. That in my personal opinion, I'm not speaking for the committee, I'm just saying that seems reasonable of sort of.
Your comment is noted and taken seriously, and we will be keeping that in mind for future plans that we
Okay.
submit to you.
And I think that, and I appreciate the 10 PM.
Do any of these work?
It's a long night.
Yeah, exactly.
The other concern, and this goes back to what your research was, Max, is this back room.
Yeah.
Is that it's operated the same way as the front.
Yes, no
And
separate
that's like the big, so
operation.
it's not like a different name, it's not like turns into something else.
Yeah, you could
Because
skip to that.
because the surprises are what we're also, as a committee, if we just move forward with this later on, is what we will get called out on too.
Right.
So that, oh, you never let them meet with us. And it's interesting because this has that history with it, which is not, we have a couple of applications that were during that window of time that were not properly reviewed. And then COVID happened, so, you know, it's.
Is there anybody here from the public on this application or any? Yes, come on up. Yeah. Oh, you're here from Madam X. Okay, so wait. Oh. Okay, good. All right, there you go. Okay, there we go. Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for
Thank you very much.
working on. Now, I do think you should talk to BAMRA. Yeah, so we'll put that
Put
in
the
there. I
stip.
mean,
We'll-
you
we'll-
know.
So,
so,
but being serious, can you tell me who to email?
Yeah, no, we'll email you the email.
Okay.
Okay, no. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. We're not like just trying to like say, you know, but we checked the box like and hope that like we wanted to talk to them.
Okay,
And, you
great.
know,
Okay, so you know that. Okay, there you go. Okay. Okay. Madam X, Demore Enterprises, doing business as Madam X, 94 West Housen. It's a corporate change.
I was wondering why I'm looking around going, we don't have anybody else.
Good night, guys. Sorry, it was, well, look, it's before 11. It's before 11. Wait. Oh, you sent in the,
Yeah. He asked me which board I
We're working on it.
Good luck.
You guys ever feel bad about community board too? Just go over to St.
I've done that.
I
know. Good night. Hi.
We've been open a very long time.
Yes.
So, not a surprise. Is this thing on?
Yeah,
okay.
just talk right in. Mark, it's working? Okay, it's working.
All right. Hi.
Hi. So it's just a corporate change, and you were the majority holder.
Yes, I opened the bar, just a little history if you
Yeah,
care to hear
I'd love it.
28 years ago with a friend of mine named Mimi. She was the one who always wanted to open a bar. She was 55.5% or 55%. I was 22.5%. And we had a third partner, Teresa. If you guys have been in the neighborhood, Teresa owned La Strega on Grand. Not a good actor, but we did not know that going into it. And Mimi unfortunately passed away 3 years in, and I unexpectedly owned a bar at that point. I bought out her daughter, and Teresa's basically been a silent partner. But I am now 64 years old, and I have decided that it is about time for me to start bowing out of the business, and I hired 2 amazing managers. And they are, I 100% trust them, but if I'm going to move forward with the world, I would like to get Teresa out of the picture so that whatever I decide to do going forward is only my decision and I don't have to worry about it. And Teresa's been exceedingly silent in every possible way for the last pretty much 26 years. So I figured let's just, buy her out. She's 74. She's ready to go.
Okay.
And all the basics are there.
Okay, great, thank you. So last month, when there was a woman who came, and we've had, I know you've been there a long time, it's a late night bar, it is what it is. So we have received complaints, one of lap dances, so that's one thing that supposedly, but really I think was the rear yard, the rear yard, and just noise from the rear yard, a lot of people in the rear yard, people being out there late in the rear yard, which I think the original application from some of the materials that were submitted last month, your original application said the rear yard closes at 12 and 1 or 1 and 2.
25 years ago,
Yeah.
yes, when we submitted that.
Exactly,
We did not, the 1990s were the Wild West.
Exactly.
And we did not, one of the interesting things about Madam X is that Mimi had a very specific idea of what she wanted. It was going to be very French salon-like. And like many businesses, we morphed by what our customer base said they wanted. And we changed with our customers. Where they demanded of us, we started to offer, because it was supposed to be a lot. We had a baby grand piano when we opened. It turned into a coaster. So over time, we kind of figured that, okay, we're not a loungy, sitting around having conversation. It's about Sartre bar. We are a volume bar with lots of people coming in and celebrities up the wazoo. And so the backyard was supposed to be just a cozy place to hang out, and we did extend the liquor license to go all the way into the back. And we were under the impression that that was till 4 a.m., but we always closed earlier than that. And now the understanding has always been we want to work with our neighbors to try to be as balanced as possible, balanced between what their needs are and what our needs are. And having an outdoor space in the city where you can sit and have a drink is not on the street is a little hard to find. And so that has always been a very important part of our sort of selling point to our customer base. But we've got neighbors, we don't have any speakers out there, we don't allow music out there, we close the door. Sometimes people leave it open because they're standing there talking to friends, but for the most part, that door is closed, as is our front door, where you try to be very caring about it. Knowing that we have a neighbor who's a little more troublesome than others, we did talk to people in our building about the noise, and we've always been very open and available. Everybody in the building has my cell phone number. Now everybody in the building has their cell phone numbers. Anybody who has any complaints who calls us gets our personal number so that if there's a problem, we can address it at the time. We have had neighbors who reached out to the New York Nightlife Association, the mayor of New York City Nightlife, and discussed something that they created, which was mediation. And we've had 2 city-managed mediations, and both of them were extremely successful. I have over here, should you care to see it? I only brought 2, so I didn't know what I was doing. We have to share, I guess, the first results of the second mediation. They weren't that organized. And then we have letters from, oh, sorry, gotta go back here. We have letters from our 2 upstairs neighbors. We have 2 people, 2 apartments upstairs, and another local resident, as well as a letter from the person who manages the Folly next door to us, basically confirming what I'm trying to say. And if the people in your building are telling you that you're doing a good job and that you are on top of it, and they never have to worry if there's a problem, it is addressed immediately. We're trying to be good neighbors is basically the bottom line.
It's interesting to see. I'm trying to find,
One of them is a lawyer and he likes us.
feel free to, yeah, but you have to state your name and come up to the microphone and state your position.
This is Alex, that's M. They have many, many years of history in this business, in this industry.
Yes. Hello, my name is Alex Wesser. I'm currently the general manager of Madam X, but we have been involved in the project for about 2.5 years, so we have been around. And I think the only thing I just wanted to quickly note, Amy, and make sure that you pointed on it, is that we also have a relationship with the 6th Precinct, who manages that area. They come by frequently. They know me. They know my name. Could certainly name some officers if anyone wanted those names. I chatted with them this morning, and they are going to also be calling back, but they've offered that they have made reports that they've come by, agreed that our sound is well within rights, is not crazy for the business that we're operating, that we are closed by the hours. They've come and done walkthroughs, and we have a really positive relationship with them, and they have made reports that we're well within compliance, that we're always like more than happy to be respectful, respondent, all of that. So I just wanted to make sure that was noted as well, that the 6th Precinct does have record.
They are aware of us. They are regularly called by somebody who lives.
Yes, there's one person who we do all know, and they're essentially have told me that they're going to ask him to cease calling them, because at this point it is more of a nuisance and sort of feels more like harassment than it's. Yeah.
And my supposition is that, there are a lot of other bars and places that have noise in our neighborhood. The gentleman from the Folly who gave his assessment of it, because he does not get phone calls. He does not get this person stopping by with a large dog acting in a threatening manner. He does not, and I am going to leave it up to you to determine why the male owner-operated places near him do not get phone calls, but we get harassed by this person. So, you know, it's what you deal with when you're a woman operating business in a city and in a business that is predominantly male-owned.
So that was our,
I was going to say, we've over the years, we've gotten other complaints as well. And then we also have this adult entertainment that's happening there that we're getting complaints about. So, I mean, and that's a violation of the liquor license as well. And that was something that the 6th Precinct reached out to us with that event that was moving around to different places as well. So that was another.
They are no longer with us.
Okay, that was just an
Yes.
issue.
We have a variety. We are a very sex positive.
No, nobody's
space,
saying
and
that,
we have a
but
variety of all kinds of interesting things that go on. You can see it on our Instagram, but we stick within the letter
I think
of the
that
law.
this other group though from complaints, and there were some people who were investigating it from the city agencies, they were concerned that it had crossed over into not being that in a licensed premises, right?
There was no crossing over from the inside. I was there every time, every night that these events happened. The person who ran it was, he was legitimate. He looked a little sketchy. But we very much did not want to go in that direction on a consistent basis. The problem is that when you hit a recession, you take the kinds of things that can keep your space going. And when we no longer, we had a pleasant parting of ways at a certain point, and I never wanted to go into that direction again. We do have events that are burlesque inspired, dance inspired, but they are specifically for the audience that appreciates them, and they are not for there's nothing illegal going on.
Right, I mean, there's just the liquor authority has that as a separate category.
Yes.
And that's not what yours is.
That's not what we are.
So
It's
that's why I'm
entertainment,
just
not,
saying that's.
yeah.
But even as entertainment, it's a borderline
Mhm.
issue, because if you have other people dancing and other things, just saying,
Have you
just somebody
been to a
complaining
bar at
about
2
it.
o'clock on a Saturday night?
No, but what I'm saying though is that when people are being paid to do that, that one of the check marks on your liquor license application is whether or not there's employee dancing. And that is a specific category, which I'm just bringing that up because that's a line crosser type of thing. And
We
if you have
don't-
somebody complaining,
yeah.
you should be aware that
It's good to know.
these are the boundaries and
Mhm.
that they are fairly clear to the liquor authority, even though that may seem gray, right? They have a
Mhm.
very clear, whatever it is, definition of that.
I don't think
But
we have
if-
employees that are doing this, but I don't know
I'm-
what
I
we're
don't
gonna
know
need
how
clarification
that's-
on that.
Yeah. If somebody's paid, if they're on any, whatever it is, if they're being paid to do something that's exact, I'm just saying that if you have somebody complaining about it, so just to be aware of that. And then there's somebody who periodically over the years, and I don't even know, complains about noise, but it's not one of your immediate neighbors. And I don't know if there's something that happens with doors being open or something. But if you're not there, that's up to the staff, has to always know that.
Mhm.
And the problem is
We are very
just,
responsive
right.
these
And that's
days
just
when we know.
And even if your management changes, it has to, it's a whole relearning process.
One of the reasons that
the
these
little
guys-
things matter.
One of the reasons
like-
these guys are
Yeah.
the people that I would actually consider leaving my legacy such as it is to, is because they care as much
right.
about
So I'm just, yeah.
having a good reputation in the neighborhood
I-
as we
I'm
did.
great. It's great that you're here, because these are just things that over the years
Yeah, accumulate.
have been around, and it's the other change, which isn't what you're saying, but it might be producing some of the problems, is that many of the apartments are turning over much more frequently, and people are not aware of
Oh,
what
yeah.
they're
During
signing a
COVID,
lease
oh
on.
my God,
And
when we
and your
reopened.
immediate budding neighbors may come and
Mhm.
see the apartment at 2 p.m. and sign the lease right away and don't even realize what they're next to. So
We've
that's
been
where the little
fortunate.
things can.
Yeah, the people
make a
who are
difference.
above us know us well. The person, Jonathan, who he's been there for years, years and years. And the person above, right above the bar, he's fairly recent, but he knew coming in because his roommate had been there for years beforehand. So these are young people who are interested in going out, and they're renters. The problem is the person who owns the building right next to us, charges a lot more rent. And there's concern on their end. But, you know, we are a mixed-use neighborhood, and Houston Street is an 8-lane street. And we are surrounded by, you know, yeah. Yeah, I mean, one of the things you'll see in the mediation, we did this with the first one, that they weren't quite organized. We were one of the first people that they did a mediation with. Oh, yeah. Hey, look, I'm for it. Anything that can get us in front of people where it's not antagonistic. We did actually end up paying half the amount for the replacement of his windows. We've offered that to other people. I've offered sound machines, because white noise can, you know, take away. I have a restaurant that opened catty corner to my backyard in Brooklyn, and there's no sound machine that will get rid of the smell and bacon of bacon in the morning that wakes me up. So, you know, I don't complain about it because I like bacon. But at any rate, we really want people to not be upset with anything we do. And within the boundaries of reasonableness, we will work with them. Because, you know, small business, owner operated, we want to get along, but we also need to, you know, survive. And after 28 years, I know what it takes. There's a lot of ups and downs in this business.
And just so you know, immediately to your west actually is zoned residential only. On the lot to your west, you're the boundary line of the mixed use district. There may be business uses in there,
Yes.
but they're non-conforming to the zoning.
Really? Look, so the Omakase restaurant is not allowed?
All the way west
Arturo's?
to all the way west. Those
gotta be
were all
grandfathered.
pre-existing the zoning resolution for New York
Interesting.
City. So
Got it. Oh, no wonder our tourists are still there. They're grandfathered. Absolutely, and we'll be doing it even more with these guys. Yeah, we are, every time anybody says iconic, I blush and stammer. I'm like, I don't know, we're just stubborn, and we've been there a long time. Oh, yeah, we do go to the BAMR meetings. But there is a place for our kind of individuality, and the most important point is trying to be able to do an interesting business, be a place where people can gather and feel welcome. We just did a new awning, and we spent hours trying to come up with what we wanted to say on the awning, other than, you know, Madam X in 94. And Alex came up with a bar and lounge for everybody. And that's what we want to be, open and egalitarian about everybody coming, but everybody also means our neighbors. And Alex spends a ridiculous amount of time outside. Inside, running around, she's never quiet or slow about it. She's constantly moving. And the neighbors know her. The people in the neighborhood know her. And the only people who complain are either this gentleman who we will not name, or people who haven't gotten to know us and don't know that if there is a problem, they can just call. We're very generous with phone numbers. And
Thank
not
you.
only that, just so you know, Yelp and Google, those are the ones that post our bar number. And after a while, I realized that these guys were so much on the floor that nobody was in the office to pick up those 2 o'clock in the morning, noise complaints. So I transfer that to my cell phone number, and they call me, and I'm at home, and I'm going to pick up until 4 o'clock in the morning if we've got calls and problems. And then I text them, and they're like, okay, on it. So
Great.
I can show you the text messages.
Okay,
So, we are trying to cover our bases.
Yeah. Come back up if you want to speak. You can speak. Just come back up.
It's got to be on the record.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was it?
No.
Yeah, that's,
Yes.
yes,
No.
there's a
Oh,
very
I've gotta tell
tiny
you,
asterisk.
when we first opened, this is a funny aside, when we first opened in the first like 3 or 4 years, we got a call from the Young Republicans and we did a party upstairs and it was okay, except for, the nude portraits made them a little uncomfortable, but whatever, it was fine. I got a call from the Young Republicans about a year or two ago about doing a party and I'm like, okay, look, we say yes to everybody, but could you please open my Instagram and then
Just
make
make
a
sure.
decision? And he's like, okay, I really appreciate your telling us you might not be the right person. I'm like, well, we're the place for people who, haven't, never mind.
Who need a place,
whatever.
We're a place for people who need a place, and we're that place. Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
And then-
I just wanted to make a note about the windows. What I was actually referencing is just
yes.
that we, as a management team, have, we're more and more helping Amy, especially as she's learning to kind of step back and, we're just so prevalent in the space. But we're really diligent about saying when we have extra funds, like even through the summer, right? We're like, okay, these are our slower months, but as soon as we're getting funds, what are the things we can prioritize to mitigate sound? And so we've also started replacing our own windows with double pane or soundproofing windows. We've added new signs in the backyard that say, please respect our neighbors. The problem is we've heard multiple people tonight is like, we have no amplified sound, but voices are the worst.
Voices are,
Voices
yeah.
carry.
And
They're
and
the
later
worst.
in the night, because people do need to be able to sleep. Yeah,
Of course, of course,
so-
yeah. And so we, I just want it to be noted that we're taking even other small steps to mitigate any noise. And on top of that is our staff is very clear, like we do not close that guard. There's no, I would love if someone called me and said, it's 2:04, like there's people back there, because that doesn't happen. So I want to be able to like have expectations set for everyone and know that we will stick to them, stringently, because we want to be good neighbors and we're trying.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. Thank you.
You'll be seeing them again.
We called you earlier just so you.
Oh,
No,
sorry.
yeah, I called you early just so that you wouldn't have to be here till the whole end of everything, but
No, I'm sorry.
that's okay. That's all right. That's all right. You're here. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, it was really very educational. Like hearing about this, but we don't want to be, we actually close earlier than our liquor licenses allow. So a lot of things. Yeah. Although I'm sorry, I would argue with you, if places were open to 2 a.m. to eat, we would be there. We are the story. So, any questions or? No, very good. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks for coming. Yeah, thank you. Okay, does anybody need a break? It's nice to finally meet you guys. Was anybody here when my bar manager, Karen Kramer, used to show up at these meetings? I do remember. Yeah, I do.
And when you guys came when we were on Zoom talking about the ADA
Oh, yeah.
issues, but we still talk about them.
Mike Bradley is here, did a big story about it, and he never noticed it was actually there, but.
He spoke as well.
I mean, instead of giving. Oh, yeah.
I think it's an ongoing issue, obviously.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Okay. Huh? Oh. I just want
Which one was there?
to. Is that off? Which one was what?
It is, I think.
Okay. So Anthony, thank you for coming. I really appreciate it. It was not. Okay, so number one, Mikaku, which is basically, it's a new application, but not really. She just signed a new lease under a new name, so everything is the same. No, there's no change.
Yeah, that was okay by me.
So how do we handle this? I guess that's good. So we deny unless?
Yes, but.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 1. Okay. Then 337B West Broadway.
Item C3.
Yep, 337B West Broadway. That one. It was the 2 AM. Is the 2 AM, I appreciate what Darlene said, but it's not like there are other new people, that those other places were all there when we
Nothing's changed.
talked about this, and nothing's changed in his operation other than he's probably lost a ton of money waiting for whatever. Or whatever.
Even.
So are we denying less?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'll just give them the same steps, yes, yet again, everything good. Okay, the next one is the JDBN. That's a Domo kitchen, yeah. Upgrade, they've been there since 2017, 12 to 11, no TVs, background music, nothing outside. The greenhouse has no patrons and the doors are closed in that greenhouse.
Yeah, I think that the SIP does have to say that the doors are closed.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and then are we denying less?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Just very unhealthy.
Okay, and then we have our 3 Chipotle. Are we okay with those?
Denying less.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting that liquor license came because there was that, what was that bar that's still there that's now on the back half on Broadway? That's Gonzalez and Gonzalez.
Oh.
And it came around that, they're like, oh, we had a liquor license and they started this whole margarita, or what is it, canned margarita. That was before people realized you could make it with a malt liquor, like the malt liquor, that's not a liquor, but it's a beer.
But they eliminated it.
Well, I get, yeah, because I don't think they do the margarita anymore.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to buy a bad
canned
canned
margarita,
margarita.
Okay. Next one is 428.
No, and just to the noise, I know when I've got into my local
Yeah.
Chipotle, the one
Yeah.
of those, it's, they do play the music pretty loud
Okay.
when they're closing,
Okay.
the staff.
Okay.
So that is,
Yeah,
that definitely.
Will said he was right above it and it's like.
I'm
but
sure that they.
It's random. He's like, it's like it was in the.
No, no, it's
middle
like
of the night.
somebody wants to try,
That's
yeah,
probably
because
just somebody
somebody's cleaning,
cleaning or
they don't
something,
realize
yeah.
the impact that it
Yeah.
has.
We have that in our building too. They don't realize that. Okay, 428 Lafayette, Lagrange, did we accomplish anything there?
Well, they pulled back the hours.
Oh, yeah. So hang on. So it's 1 AM and 2 AM. 2 AM Thursday to. So that was
But for
good.
the SIPs in the previous,
Yeah.
yeah.
The biggest thing there is the occupancy, because there's a letter of no objections for 74 people. They might change it, but.
But for now, it's max
Yeah.
74. And no
Until
outside.
they get something that changes. The concern there from the neighbors is the basement space, and the other thing is that this is an important stipulation that's in the previous licensee that is not connected to the basement, because that became a dance club that started having complaints before COVID down there.
Yeah.
And he leases both, I think he leases the whole thing. And that's what the neighbors wrote, that's why they have so many concerns, because this is step one in some whatever project, and they said they didn't know where it was going, so that's where the concerns are.
Yeah.
But that's why those other stipulations that were in the previous one should be maintained whenever they
Yeah.
talk about that.
I mean, this is so market now. But,
So those stipulations were just that it's separate
Yeah.
from
I mean,
the,
it's like they talk about Jeans, it's a great, nice restaurant, but then there's a basement that's a club.
right.
Right, well,
When that operates, it causes problems, but everybody likes Jeans.
and they did say, I heard them say that they would not do that.
Well, not here.
No, I mean,
But then
here
they
at
have the
this
basement.
location.
Yeah.
so what is the stip, what does the stip say? Look at the old ones, just go back and look at the other ones. It's like Rob runs independently or something like that, something to that effect. Okay, but it's just, it's addressed, it's stuff that addresses the basement.
You know, there was also this one thing that, I mean, I'm not that concerned about it, but it's weird. Is that he's like, you know. I don't believe in private parties and buyouts, I don't like them, I don't
Yeah.
believe them, I don't like to do them, we probably won't have any.
But I want
Oh, a
20.
limit of 12? I don't know, maybe we should have more, I was like, okay, what's going on here? That seems a little inconsistent, but the limit of 12 is fine, so.
Any changes, there will be no outdoor area.
So STIP's corporate to be formed by Michael Callahan.
Oh,
No sidewalk cafe or sidewalk furniture. And bruising brunch, so.
Yeah, no outside.
No sidewalk occupancy exceeds 74 people, including staff.
Seat doors and windows will
And the
remain
number of
fixed and
tables and
closed
seats
at all
outdoors.
times for patron, there will be no patron access to basement theater.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And this one is also fresh artisanal New York style.
Yeah. Okay, next one is the hyperactive theater.
Boy, Max really earned his fee on that one.
And it was. Seems like they eliminated a lot of the sharpness of that.
Yeah, like I'm okay with where it came out at, fine.
Yeah, I mean, they really backed off.
I
So,
emailed Max the article about the big building.
Oh, because they didn't know
Building
about,
on
yeah.
top of Chef, which is 3 buildings wide.
okay, so no outdoor weight lines. And Anthony, you came in on this one. Maximum number of people.
The one question that came up, the easement for the fire exit, and, was the neighbors questioned that?
Mm-hmm. Said
I
there's,
don't think they looked it up,
yeah,
because they said it's right up in Acros.
Okay.
okay, so are there any steps other than the ones with the, you know, the no entertainment sound outside the game area?
I think
The
that-
downstairs is operated, this, it's part of this, it's not operated separately, it's not advertised separately, it's nothing. Speakers are spring isolated, I'll put that in, no subwoofers, that's good. Was there anything,
I think that we need to just talk about why all those issues create the public interest here, because the concern here is if this doesn't work, or if they walk away.
Right. Something
That
comes
we
in.
Then you have a
explain
two-floor
of
club.
why this is unique, and I think that
That's it.
Max gave a very, very compelling explanation of why with all this, it can be, and that's because it's the interactive gaming
Mhm.
designation for this license class.
Yeah,
And I think that that's important here, because for me, that's important, that it's distinct. It's not
Yeah.
just another bar or some
right.
place.
And it's the first one of these.
Right.
So, it's new.
And because literally this is just gonna be all eating and drinking stuff and across the street, and
Right.
it's a lot. And I don't, at nights now, there are 3 food carts that are on the ball.
They were complaining about that,
You
yeah,
know, that
the resident,
never
I felt bad for the
were
resident.
there before.
I felt bad.
And we don't have any garbage cans at the moment on Bowery.
Yeah, the transformation is
They've
happening.
taken all of our DOTs, or DSNY has taken all.
And we've seen that before in other places.
One garbage can for like 3 blocks. On our, in Community Ward 2, and Community Ward 3, it's fine, they all have garbage cans on their side of the
You're
street.
kidding.
Different sanitation approach.
Okay, so
And I think that we reached a reasonable,
I think we did, I mean, I think
Yeah.
with those stipulations and everything that, you know,
and then the last one is just the stipulations to put in there that some, you know, that what we have, it maybe emphasize that they won't hear the music in the other.
Which is something that they
He said he would
said
stick to
repeatedly,
that.
so I
He
think.
said-
No,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. That's
Yeah.
why, because that's a compelling, they were willing to agree to that.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a
No
good
sound
valid
in
reason
residence.
why, you know, nobody in the future, unless we
Right.
guarantee this, and,
they'll eliminate the subwoofer.
that was
And
good.
it's not 200 people, it's tops, you know, it's 70 tops. We need to get the staff or whatever.
80 max.
I mean, I've been, like, we had our holiday party at this place, the Lawn Club down at Seaport,
Mhm.
which is similar, but without the video. It's like all lawn games and things like that, right? You know?
Yeah, I've seen that. Place.
And it's like, you know, that place is built, to have massive numbers of people. It's never full, ever. It never has a lot of people, you know, it's just.
Okay. Next one.
People forced to be there by HR, what?
Yeah, it's harder to get to.
So number 10, Sweet Hospitality, they withdrew,
Wait,
right?
wait, no, I think, is that right? Is that what we did?
I think that was after Hyperactive was Sweet Hospitality.
Oh, yeah.
C10,
Yep.
they withdrew. I just wanna say, I know they withdrew, so we won't spend much time on it, but I wanna say. License class is not a semantic issue.
Right.
I was like, are you sure you're a lawyer?
And that's what he put down there, because I remember I looked it up.
Well,
Just
well,
to know what they were, you
No,
know?
because the reason I brought it up is because we've been very okay with a bunch of these theaters. to
Right.
Get theater licenses, and it's an hour before and after
Yeah.
the show, and it's fine. But
I mean, if
you know,
they,
this is a little different because it gives, you know, they could do whatever
Right.
and
Mhm.
operate it independently.
if they had led with that and had a tighter window frame for what those hours would be that the courtyard. I might have been open to some conversation, but,
Then it would just be a single group lining
but
up.
the bottom line is courtyard. Unless you're gonna put a glass roof on it, courtyard is not,
Yeah, and they're not gonna do that.
yeah.
Well, in that one, if you look at the picture, it's also just all
I mean, that's
straight up.
They didn't have a, I mean,
People.
it doesn't cost that much to have some kind of plan if you wanna do this too, and they came back 30 days later without the CO and without the plan.
And then actually what really outraged me is you took the courtyard away and now you're back trying to put it back.
Well, I knew they would be back, because it said that they would come back, but I also, it was like when they had the permit.
Yeah.
And
it
do
was
the
so
hours,
soon.
you know, and then they're trying to say that the building owner is.
After we just heard earlier about the level of intimidation goes on in that neighborhood and by the landlords around there. And I'm not saying it's him, but it's like, you gotta understand how this is gonna be received, read the room.
Okay, Soho
Soho Grand,
Grand.
No,
I mean, impossible.
see, here's the thing. I kinda wanna say, did you, everybody here ever see, My Cousin Vinny?
Mhm.
A long
Right.
time ago, I might have
You know,
revisited it.
Fred Gwynn is a judge, and he makes this objection, he goes, that was well thought out, lucidly argument, lucidly argued, and well done, overruled. And that's what I feel about them. It's like, this is the best case I've ever heard anybody make for outdoor noise. Overruled. Yeah.
It's also this incremental expansion.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And this is improperly operated for years. Then we wrote a long resolution about it, said no. Then we agreed to it, but it was because it didn't have the music
Yeah,
and all these other things. And I put in the drive one of the old letters from Jess, just shows how close this stuff is to where they are. And they've always said, oh, these noisy things underneath their windows make more noise, whatever. And that's what they're hearing. Oh no, it's these people and it's that people, but you put that many people in the rear yard, even in the L and bouncing off and everything. And I'll put in, I can understand why they want to put in the low level music, but
every place has
it
it.
will just be the next step.
Right,
It will be,
the next step.
it's up to much.
Yeah.
And I think the compromise
Was met.
reached.
Yeah.
That was the compromise.
And,
I mean, they
Yeah, and
have
now they
music
wanna
and plenty of party spaces
stuff.
inside,
I mean,
and
that was the big.
And it's not gonna
I don't
improve their
think they-
business. They can't, say, oh, we'll do
residents
that,
weren't-
it's irrelevant. It's just, they want it.
Yeah, and the residents weren't really that okay when we were okay.
Yeah, they didn't like the
Outside.
compromise that we made.
Yeah.
The residents were against it, and now, I will also, to emphasize the point somebody made, that you emphasized as well, Carter, at the time. When there's music, people talk louder.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm not discounting what Alan says, but that all is predicated on, what he says, well, if they follow my recommendation.
Yeah, which they may for a little while, but I don't, see, I don't love these things that are constant vigilance enforcement needed.
And I'm sure there are people shrieking out there and talking loudly.
It's noisy, as it is.
It's like, you don't need to.
And they're gonna go to a guest at their relatively pricey hotel, right? They're gonna go to somebody and tell them to quiet down. I don't think so.
Never.
I don't think so.
No.
okay.
And also, I thought it was funny from Donald, like, I was there and I just felt like it should be music.
I felt like telling him, I almost said to him, I think Donald, instead you should just hop on a plane and go to the islands.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, it's like, I almost, like, I didn't want to, like, interrupt, but I'm almost like, Donald, if we weren't in the middle of this hearing thing, I'd be like, so, that my view is that all amplification and like electronic music should be banned in outdoor spaces in the city of New York, right? Under pain of a year's imprisonment. It's like, in my view, he's like, this should have music. It's like, I walk around everywhere in New York, I said, this should not have music.
Yeah.
These should not have.
A lot of things that Donald has brought us that.
Donald-
Done a great.
Well, he does it. Okay, so we're denying that.
Yeah. I think Marlo.
Marlowe is,
Yeah, no, I don't like that one either.
you don't?
I mean, I think it should just be
I
exactly
just
what
think
it was.
the
before.
hours are too late is my problem. I don't have any other problem, but those hours are too late.
But this area has all these places that could be open later and they're not.
But that
So
is
to
not
build a
to
new
them,
business.
No,
No, but they're not aware because they, we know that people are like, hey, I can come and I think I'm gonna do it better. I'm gonna
Right.
create this, but then we're left with,
I want to
but it also. It says they're a restaurant, but now it's a bar and restaurant,
Right.
as opposed to an accessory bar to a restaurant, and that I realized is what their argument was later. Is that the bar side
Bar.
of it? And,
Right, they want the
Yeah.
late night bar.
and that was the woman upstairs, the reason they said, oh yeah, we have to really insulate the ceiling. I hadn't carefully read her email and I did after they said that, and she said, I can hear everything.
Mhm.
So they already know the existing problem. And I think the owner of the building was one of the investors in one of the previous restaurants as well, and
this area is so challenging. I feel for anybody who's trying to open a business here, because nothing works. And there's some strange foot traffic thing over there that everybody thinks they'll get the people and they don't.
The Bowery is just, it seems to me the funny thing is, even as it's changed, the business mix has changed, the business has gone away. It still seems like a sort of business to business service. When you walk down it, it still has that feel. It hasn't really transferred into this new place that people think it's gonna be.
I mean, I can't remember what time it closes, but like even somebody I know likes to go to Cilantro and watch sports and eat. And their kitchen closes like kind of early, doesn't need to.
Yeah.
And if they had food, they'd stay open themselves.
But Carter, this place isn't about drinking late. It's about serving food to all of the overworked people in the restaurant industry, like every other place.
Yeah, they're gonna feed the restaurant industry. Well,
Okay,
so what do you
so-
say?
I mean, I think the hours of what was there before or what.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, nobody's for
I
anything.
mean, those
later
are
than-
very
No.
Okay,
reasonable, right, for food operation. And if they open and came back and it wasn't a problem, maybe they
Right.
could entertain.
Yeah,
it
they do
again,
well, that's
but,
another discussion.
okay, so we're denied now, we're denied. But we would be a deny unless if they would agree to those
If they
hours.
agree to
Yeah, I
that.
have these stipulations, so I think that's unreasonable, right?
Okay,
And they sort of know that's what we think,
right. Okay, everybody's,
yeah.
Do we have enough people for quorum?
yes,
Yeah.
Anthony. I don't know if Anthony had to come, but
Hmm?
I'm sorry.
Oh, but I
I
would have.
apologize, but
Came for the toffee.
there, I didn't
Oh,
realize that
yeah,
Lois
yeah,
wasn't
yeah.
coming, so I knew we were out,
Yeah.
Dr. Smith. And I knew Anthony was a no.
And I'm sorry I was late.
That's all right. Everybody was late, well, I mean, Susan and,
I didn't intend to be late. I just got really held up.
no, I know, whatever, but, okay, Mansions of Glory is next.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I know what you're gonna say.
No, I think this is
I
a
think
success
that's good,
story.
it's a success story, I'd agree.
It's a success story. They actually did.
1, 2, and
work
3.
that we done.
Right.
The people that are against it don't live right there. They
Right.
did give us a lot of emails from people that lived in the building, across the street and everything else.
But they did want to meet with
Hmm.
friends of Petrosino to try to convince.
But, okay. Next one,
Just
Talk about people who've experienced harassment, friends of Petrosino people.
490
490
LaGuardia.
yeah.
What is that? Why am I blanking?
Well-
Oh, that's the one we just did.
It's the big one, yeah.
It's the big one.
Yeah, but
Okay, I
it's one
like
on the
it.
corner, the mortgage
There's a lot of
I
things.
think I'm fine with
So-
that.
I'm fine with where we ended up on.
Yeah,
1 a.m.
1 AM, 7
And then
days,
the outside was.
and the
10.
outside, the outside is 10, that was in their application.
Mm-hmm.
And the sidewalk got down to 40 seats and the roadway
20.
got down to 20 and there's nothing on Houston.
Right.
Yeah, I honestly was
You know.
gonna pitch the midnight, but then Max beat me to it by pitching the 1 o'clock. Cause I figured if I pitched midnight, we'd end up with a hybrid. Midnight part of it and then one on the weekends. I can live the 1 o'clock. It's it's on the corner of 2 very wide
Yeah.
streets.
And they're closing the outside at 10, which,
Yeah.
you know,
So that's the only
Exactly.
issue.
I mean, I was just appalled at the number of seats.
Yeah.
And it just, to me, it just seems so
And do you know what?
selfish.
There, like on LaGuardia, I actually don't mind the road bed and things, but that
No.
sidewalk needed to be cleared up, so I think
Yeah.
we did
Yeah,
good work
no, I
there.
think I'm happy with the way that turned out.
How many were in the roadbed? 20?
20 in the
23.
road, no, they eliminated it, it's 20 in the roadbed, so that now you can actually walk through it,
And-
because the way they had the seats, you couldn't
It was
even.
40 on.
Say about, you know what I'll say about the
20?
roadbed, which has nothing to do with what we can vote on, but it's gonna be, it's a really ratty area. Because it has the park across the street,
Yeah.
it's like kind of gross to think of.
Well, you know, they might decide they don't want it, I mean.
It's the one thing I thought, very unappealing.
What's
the-
that?
The road,
Well, because there's.
Eating at the roadbed.
There's
yeah.
like the park on the corner, the Colonial Park and the NYU, yeah, The
I mean, I
Silver
was
Towers
like
Garden.
sitting out there with Silver Spurs a long time ago.
Yeah,
it was-
but that's not at night with the
Yeah,
rat.
yeah.
No, I.
He worried about the rats running
Yeah, no,
underneath
that's right, living underneath it and all that.
Yeah. It's a little, that was my only thought.
Okay, and then we have the, Matamex.
Matamex, yeah.
Right, which was just a
There's no
transfer.
Dip or
Yeah.
anything, no, it's just the corporate thing.
Yeah.
And I don't, actually, it's a good corporate change in the sense that, as she said, the other partners doesn't have a great record at their places, this includes CB2.
No, I'm glad she came.
Yeah, no, they were
That was
good.
good. And her email to the office, I don't know if it's in there, but after she missed the meeting last month, because she didn't realize.
Oh, right.
Or just, yeah, I think she said that she'll be back because she's gonna, probably transfer it to these guys, and she had written somebody and said she has some new great managers and was really
Yeah,
enthusiastic
I think it
about
was so
that.
nice, I didn't know they were there for
I will
30 some years.
What am I gonna say?
Those complaints, though, were not just from the one guy.
No.
No.
And,
No.
you know,
No.
she didn't even address the woman
And they've
came
been
in from next
different
door.
for the years.
And that was a party wall situation. I should have said something, because I think what they need to do is that upstairs space, the back, I think those walls need something.
Well, I'd like to dial back the outside hours.
Well, I don't even know what the outside hours are.
Use that.
I mean,
12 and 1 foil.
It's 12 and 1.
Yeah, but
I'd
I
like
don't
to
know
make
if that's-
it like, for a courtyard bit, I'd
But
like to
she
make
said
it,
after two, nobody's there, and there are no steps really, so.
yeah. But I just didn't, I know from corporate change, can't usually get to there
No.
from that, but, at some point, it sounds like she's gonna sell the place up, and maybe,
Maybe, well, I think when that happens, we should.
With these two people here.
We should.
because I wanna get some control over the outdoor space. Are we up?
Yep,
We're done.
we are done. Let us
Oh,
down.
hey, I also wanted to just let you know, a couple of things I wanna mention.